Well, hello, Baron. You're up late. Or early.
Ahoy.
So is it early or is it early or late?
I mean, I woke up at 3 p.m. yesterday, or you know what I mean, so... you know what I mean?
I see.
Like I said, I have like another week of vacation, so I can afford that. I mean, I could technically say I have another like 2 weeks of vacation. Yeah, because right after my vacation there's is the day of labor and another 3 days with that, like...
Yeah, but you never want to get your schedule too messed up.
Yeah, obviously. Now I'm doing it this way. Today I go to bed at I go to bed in like, let's say, 5-6 hours, and the day after that I go to bed even later. Like, that's how I do it. Like, just pushing it back and back a little bit further every day until like I obviously get through all the entire day.
Good enough. That'll work.
And what are you playing there?
Judgment.
Not heard of this.
I've played it before. I swear you popped on one time while I was playing it.
Maybe. Oh, this game. Okay, I only saw the like fighting screen, not the menu. I never saw the menu of this game.
Oh yeah, the character creator.
Yeah, I never saw this. I only saw this, when the map is with the zombies and the house and the bits. I had that on mostly in the background though. Like, I barely watched you play that game.
That's not bad, I suppose. Go with that
I
one.
mean, to be fair, most of your videos in the last couple of weeks, I've mostly watched them, not watched them, just had them up in the background, talk to you in a VC. Most of them.
Oh man.
There was
Drama.
there was a complete temperature collapse here yesterday.
Was there?
Yeah. It was 30 degrees Celsius. Now it's fucking 5. Well, in freedom units, that's
It was one of your
That
monthly
is-
camping trips, escaping the daily routine, drinking beers and telling jokes. All of a sudden, two terrifying...
Thought I turned the
86
intro off.
86 Fahrenheit to 40
The
Fahrenheit.
strange creatures...
Oh wait, no, there we go.
Like, yeah. Like a... Like a 45 Fahrenheit temperature drop.
play. Now to fix everyone's priorities. Not a bad spread this time. Ugh, don't really need someone to do researching though. You are going to be our laborer for now. Oh, I haven't seen you for a while, so I finished Frostpunk 2.
What do you mean we haven't seen each other for a while?
Well, I haven't brought it up, I guess, recently. But I did eventually finish Frostpunk 2. The last 2 chapters, man, that's a that's a hell of a ride.
Okay.
How big is this? Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 13, 44, 142. It's 60 by 60, 25 by 25. 9, 10. So 25 by 25. We want 9.
I need to some. I need to start some fucking game. So my PC heats a little bit this room. It's so fucking cold in here.
Start something that that's like incredibly intense.
Yeah, but I'm not really a fan of like graphic heavy games.
Yeah, neither am I really.
Imagine all the budget that goes into like GTA goes into like 5 like story driven games. Like imagine a suzerain with the budget of a fucking GTA.
I'm just glad my neighbors turned off whatever the hell they were doing. They think they were having a birthday party. That's my assumption.
Oh.
Because all day there's been some sort of motor going. At first I thought it was a lawnmower. But then it was going for like quite a while. And like part of me thinking back about it realizes there was the noise of a bunch of kids outside. And now there's no kid noises outside, so I'm like, probably was a birthday party. They probably had like a bouncy castle or something. Back in my day, we didn't even have bouncer castles. We had rock castles, built out of the finest pointy rocks. If you didn't get yourself cut on rocks, then you weren't living, boy.
I once fell out of a bounce castle.
Like out? Like onto the ground out?
Out is in above it, barrier walls, out of it, falling down all the way and breaking my arm.
You went over the top of the bouncy castle?
Yes.
It wasn't one of those ones that had like the roof covering?
It didn't have a ceiling, it just had really, really high walls.
That's insane.
They were also like Jesus fuck, like how would a fucking somebody jump that fucking high? Like it was one of those like really big ones, like. Like and like a massive like exterior wall, so like yeah, nobody's getting over that thing, and then it just like doing above it. I fly down head first. I'm not the fucking retard, so I roll down. Like, you know what I mean?
I've lived something of a charmed life. I've been lucky enough never to have broken any bones or anything major. No major surgeries, no broken bones.
A child that has never broken himself something didn't have the childhood.
Oh no, I fucking, I was crazy. I did shit like climb trees all the way to the top, not just like climb up the first few branches. I'm like, how high can I go? You ever seen a cat climb all the way up in a fucking tree to the point where a dumbass gets stuck? That was me.
Tree?
Except for the fact that I didn't, except for the fact that he didn't, you know, get stuck and start crying for help.
Yeah, I climb up and then just jump down. Like that was me.
But yeah, my cousin had a 4-wheeler ATV, and we were out riding it at one time, and like my leg got up under the wheel and like it ran over my leg and knocked me off of the ATV. No broken bones.
ATV.
Four-wheeler. Off-road vehicle, little two-seater.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, in German we just call them Allradantrieb. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I've led something of a charmed life, though. Makes me kind of nervous because I'm like, what happens if I ever actually do break something? Because obviously I can't speak from experience. All I can infer from it is what I've seen and what I've heard from people that you know when something is broken because the pain will be something else. Versus a lot of people that are like, oh, I got like this little pain. Oh, I think my arm is broken. It's like, no, you will know when it's broken. That's all I know about it.
You're talking about the quad, right?
Huh? Yeah, the quad.
Yeah.
Oh, we got some.
Yeah, in German it's a bit weird. Like we have quads, obviously, but there are also like in German the Allradantrieb that can refer to a quad or like an off-road truck.
Oh.
Like a special off-road truck with like special
Like buggies and whatnot.
the designation Allradantrieb means that all four or however many wheels it has are connected to the engine. Is what that designation means.
Ah, I see.
Yeah.
Oh, hello, Dio. Dio, hello.
Ahoy, Dio. Yeah.
Build 2 vegetable farms. Need sleep, but literally too bored to even do that. I'm not bored. I've actually been pretty motivated to stream lately, and I've recently gotten back on my Blender bullshit. I was like curious on how to make iridescent textures, you know, like the color of bubbles. That kind of weird shimmer that bubbles have on them. Or I guess certain types of glass or oil slicks or whatnot. I managed a pretty decent approximation after looking up a couple of tutorials. Yeah, my problem is not so much that I don't have the talent to do things. My problem is that I get like too hyper focused on doing something because I'm like, would it be possible to do X, Y, Z? And then like, I'll figure out how to do it. And then once I've gotten the release of figuring out how to do something, like my interest fades really quickly. If I could find a reliable way to keep that energy up, I could probably actually do a lot of things with myself. But yeah, maybe I'll post the picture in the Squid cord later. It's funny. I was thinking about the Squid cord earlier today, because some drama with a VTuber streamer popped off recently, and I was just laughing about it because it's the usual problem. It's people getting a little too parasocial. I don't know. It's a little different for me because I'm just a regular guy. You know, not a VTuber, not trying to be like all crazy famous or anything like that. But yeah, this whole drama was like just, I mean, the TLDR of it is just simps being simps and people taking advantage of them. I have no sympathy for the simps who get taken advantage of. Now, mind you, I consider that different from people that genuinely want to help people, because sometimes people will be in need of help, right? Like, I've been asked about that before. You know, someone will be financially in trouble or whatever, and they'll have a GoFundMe or something up, and, you know, someone will come to me and they'll say, you know, hey, Squid, what would you do? And I'm like, well, first off, don't give the money away expecting anything. That's the first thing. The second thing is, yeah, if you're doing it to be nice, good for you. If you're doing it for some other reason, well, then you get what you fucking deserve. More or less something like that. And that's one of the reasons why I don't have a lot of sympathy for the simps out there online. They try to be nice, but it's like, what always happens is it's always some female. It's always a bunch of lonely dudes who want to, I don't know, fucking cross that threshold to get the VTuber waifu of their dreams. How about you, Baron? Any plans for holiday? I think these are his plans. I think he's dead. You killed him, Dio. Murderer! I can't believe you've done this. Yeah, he's dead. Good job. Good job, Dio. It's 4 a.m. for us, Squid. If anyone killed him, insert Phoenix pointing emoji. It was you. Oh, now isn't this familiar? Now I'll tell you my little secret, Dio. I killed Baron. What's your stand on parties, Squid? Like, do you attend public concert types of stuff? Oh, I love a good concert. Depends on what you mean by parties. Like, concerts and stuff? Yeah, definitely. Always good to get out and socialize. Even though I usually don't like doing that. Yeah, even the antisocial must get out every once in a while. As far as the other stuff goes, I don't know. To each their own, I suppose. No more like lots of drinks and loud music. You mean like festivals and stuff? Yeah, again, always nice to be part of a crowd. As long as you don't get too out of hand, feel free to do whatever you like. I mostly just like to go out, be there, in the presence of a bunch of people, chill, relax, have a few drinks, listen to some good music, so on and so forth.
This is more or less what I did today for like 5 hours.
Nice.
And with today, I mean like from like 9 p.m. yesterday to like 3 a.m. today. Just vibing with some local artisans. With some like blue collar workers.
Being called antisocial these days, like, I don't know, I don't have the social energy these days. I occasionally have the social energy. Not always, though.
In German, antisocial means something else that antisocial means in English.
So these are 2x2.
Being called antisocial in German means you're like a complete fucking asshole who like throws around his trash and shit.
That's funny. So, in German it means dickhead, basically.
Yeah. I mean, I think in English it's called the antisocial behaviorisms.
Oh,
Like,
yeah. So
in German,
it's more
that's
like,
just antisocial.
yeah, it more leans towards the clinical definition rather than just being a person that doesn't like being around other people.
Yeah.
As in just the words anti and social, as in not social.
In Germany, would you call someone like that like basically like a loner in English, yeah.
I literally went today, it was filled to the brim. I just had a beer and stood for a bit and left at like 9. Hey, sometimes that's enough. No one says just because you go out, you have to stay there the whole time. I mean, these days, if I get motivated to go out, you know, I'll go down to my local watering hole, hang out for a few hours. If there's a jukebox, especially if it's one that you can access with your phone, I'll play some Rick Astley. have everyone in the bar asking, who the fuck keeps playing this music? My favorite 2 songs to play at random are Rick Astley and what's the other one I like to play? I don't know. I tend to have a cycle that I would go through, but one of them was it was a song from Beetlejuice. No, it wasn't the Dale one. It was the other one. It was from the same artist though. I can't remember the name of the song. But yeah, I would just play the weirdest shit and then just sit there with my little hat, drinking my Guinness and pretending like. It's even better when the person next to me would ask, and then I'd be like, I don't know who the hell keeps playing. Maybe it's that guy that just went up. That guy's weird or something.
The German one's called Guinness, the most disgusting beer you have to eat with a knife and fork.
It's no good unless you need a knife and fork to eat it. I developed a taste for it because it's it's basically not very popular with a lot of people, so you end up not having to like fight people over it. Versus
To
everything
be
else,
honest,
everybody grabs everything else.
I don't drink beer anyway. I'm a schnapps drinker.
I'm more about the rum. Where's all the rum gone?
Sweet piss.
Well, at least I know I won't ever have to fight you over the beverages.
Schnapps, rum, like that shit turns my stomach. Just gives me fucking, what are you calling it? A heartache? No, not heartache.
Heartburn?
Heartburn. Why are you calling it that way? It's such a weird name.
I don't know. I
Heartburn.
didn't invent the language.
You know, the heartburn, that sounds something like Germans came up with and then forgot because they started using a technical term. And probably it's heartburn, that sounds a lot like something the Anglo-Saxon, whatever like that, I what we call that.
But I don't want to craft 3 clubs. I'm crafting bows and arrows. And you're gonna like it. Did you forget about this game, Shin? I did this a long time ago. Hello. How goes it, Shin, my boy? The two broke the Sherman stereotype for me. You guys do not really follow the rules. It'd be a Berlin thing. Did I watch Frieren? No. I kind of want to, but I just don't have the time these days to get into anything, really.
Dude, dear Berlin, Berlin is not Germany, like, the city's like one third Turk, 1/3 Slav, and 1/3 all the trash of Germany that doesn't want to be in Germany. Like the town is literally like all of the Germans left, then it got overrun by immigrants, and then all people that were drafted or just went to Berlin because Berlin was technically not part of Germany till 1990. Like, West Berlin was directly administrated by the fucking Western Allies and not by Germany. So it didn't have a draft. All the draft so just went to it.
The one that abandoned FGO. You betrayed FGO!
What is FGO?
Fate Grand Order.
Oh.
To be Hero X Best Anime of the Season.
To be honest, Frieren only like the first episode. Only the first episode's really good. The rest like good, but not that great. Like the first episode is really good, but then it becomes like rather generic isekai. Like even though it's not an isekai, but it's like a generic isekai.
But they're all generic isekais.
Yeah, I too, but like I said, like it's nothing really special, you know. Like Frieren was pretty fucking hype, but only the first episode is really. Like...
Deal. I'll be back. Senpai. I don't know. I kind of want to check it out because I I've seen a lot of butthurt online about it from people who cannot handle the fact that it's not another one of those series where it's like, well, maybe the good guys are the bad guys and the bad guys are just misunderstood. It's like, no, sometimes things are just evil. Get over it. So many poor souls out there just don't understand. Like, there's a time and a place for moral ambiguity and, you know, that moral gray area. But that's not everywhere. I found a manga that's a better Frieren, reincarnated as a high elf and bored. Similar concept, but better presented.
Looks interesting.
Imagine being an elf with tism.
I mean, there's a theory which is like kind of confirmed that all of those like high elf races have like some deep societal problems because like they live so long and like all those fucking old farts become like hyper conservative.
Oh, they're not high elves because they're of their breed. They're smoking the ganja. They're on the wacky weed. That's why they're always.
That's different. That is a different kind of high elf.
That's why they're always walking around like with their head in the clouds. It ain't in the clouds.
In the moment I'm reading, interspecies reviewers. Those elves are also interesting.
Oh, interspecies reviewers.
Yeah.
Peak. I don't remember how
What
far I
did you
got.
write
I think
yeah,
the
I look at it
6th
right now, dear.
volume. I added here, I might read. Frieren to me, I like the slow pace and how the time was perceived. Change a lot in the focus, but that's fine.
Shin. Like, I think the focus it had in the beginning was better than like after that it was just like some generic isekai. Even though it's not an isekai, but you know what I mean. Like a generic fantasy stuff. Sorry. Well, like I said, at least like yeah, demons evil, not yeah. It's another plot villain. Bullshit.
Oh, another thing that I do like about Frieren, although I haven't seen it, there's, you know, I've seen stuff online talked about it. I do like that it addresses the moral ambiguity stuff. Like, some of the stuff has been spoilered for me. And spoilers for anybody who hasn't watched it. I don't know who hasn't, but if you haven't, or if you're watching this later, just skip the next minute or two. But I do like that in the story, they address the whole idea of, well, they're just misunderstood, and if they were raised right and treated like people, they wouldn't be evil, and it kills an entire fucking village.
Yeah, we only say mama because it makes humans feel empathy and makes them weak.
Problem is, there's just too damn many people out there. They wanna humanize things.
By the way, you got the title wrong, dude. This is the title.
You gotta watch the beginning after the end that it's airing right now. Might be the biggest failure in animation of the last few years, just like X-Arm. Literal slideshow. Frieren keeps saying, listen, demons are like animals with intellect. They use their intellect to hunt their prey. Don't trust them. Here we go now. Maybe they're just not understood, and it backfired. How fast am I researching now? 140%? Oh yeah. But yeah, anyway. That part though, that part of the story is great for exposing tourists. Because they pop in with the usual, well, they're just misunderstood. And it's like, have you even you really don't know anything about the story, do you? They address this in the story. I've seen that posted over and over. Someone will post about, oh, misunderstood, and then someone will post that specific part of the story in reply and be like, you really haven't seen this, have you? One more suit of armor. Ooh, we can make our shields and quarterstaffs now. Funny people on Twitter keep complaining, and then to other races saying it was so racist how story portrayed demons. Demons talking about demons. I think one of the greatest things about the discourse around so-called quote-unquote demons is there's a lot of people online that got some serious hang-ups about what's really going on in their head. It's like this video that came out a few years back from a really shitty YouTube channel that does these video game essays. I'm not even gonna mention what channel it is. But if you know the channel, then you know the smug assholes that work on this specific piece of shit. That's the only hint I'm gonna give. But they were talking about orcs. And I think it was a viewer submitted idea, or it's contributed to them in some way. But this is the kind of discourse that they talk about all the time anyway. And fucking like every time these people, they see like evil fantasy racists, and the first thing they go to is so-called minorities, you know? And they're not minorities in every part of the world. Some places, you know, the races are fairly integrated, but they always speak from a American, or at the very least a Western perspective. And usually it means black people. And I'm just like, it's kind of weird. Why do you think the super evil murder race is a metaphor for, Are you trying to tell me something, bro? Are you trying to tell me something about yourself? Why would your mind instantly go there?
To be fair, if you go on Warhammer Fantasy for some really weird reason uses a Earth map. And if you look at the Earth map and where civilizations are, it's pretty fucking racist. Like, yeah, where do the civilized people live? Yeah, Germany, France, Netherlands, and Albion, or which is Britain, obviously.
Well, I think that's
like,
more or less
like
just
in
a.
Spain.
I think that's more or less just a Eurocentric view of the world.
Nah. I mean, you could say that, like having all of Africa being walked and shit.
The lack of intellect can only do one comparison and stick to it. It's just so dumb. Well, it's that, and a lot of these people are just repressing their actual beliefs. Like they actually, it's my hypothesis, opinion, theory, whatever you want to call it, that deep down inside, this is how these people actually think and how they actually feel. They get upset and they yell at other people about thinking that way because they think that way, and it makes them uncomfortable because they're not comfortable with who they are.
Who cares about them?
Well, I don't. I'm just saying that this is my theory on how these folks operate. They think the worst types of shit, and they think that you're thinking that type of stuff because they're thinking that type of stuff. It's all pure
What
projection.
I think is that they're fucking nihilistic wargs, or worse, that want to destroy like civilization and capitalism and everything that made humanity great and everything that made the West like outshine the rest of the world. They want to destroy all of that, and so they go with like this like weird like racist, like neo-racist bullshit, just as an attempt to destroy capitalism in the entire West.
That's why they hate despicable main characters. They want a fantasy that distances from them, not one that reflects their full bad
Yeah,
character.
they're just a victim, bro. They're just a victim.
Yeah, it's
Because
it's all just fantasy for a lot of them. Yeah.
people can't be evil. The only way to be evil is being a victim, and therefore not being evil.
Well, I think what Shin brings up there does bring up an interesting point. I think it's also the fact that a lot of these people are unable to, how would you say, sort of disassociate yourself from being the character and allow the character to simply be their own thing. For example, you know, like watching a movie about someone that's an evil, sadistic person, Saw or something else, and then not being able to be like, oh yeah, that guy, that's not me. Being like, no, I would never kill anybody. Why? This thing is attacking me.
You know, I remember the era of Disney where they made shit like The Hunchback of Notre Dame. That I still can't believe that movie's made by Disney. Like the literal intro of it starts with a fucking genocide and like a man wanting to murder a baby.
That's the point of virtue signaling. Keep shouting how great your virtues are, especially if it's a lie. It would kill anyone they hate in a heartbeat. Yes, and they're not shy about saying it. I have read the most vile things from the virtue signaling crowd. Literally, just my image of the virtue signaling crowd is they're the type of person that would, if it was possible to get away with it, they would hold a plastic bag over someone's head and just watch the life drain out of their eyes, and they would do it with glee. That's the sort of person that the virtue signaling person is. Regardless of what they pretend to be, it's like the male feminists, how they all turn out to be sex pests. Same thing. And maybe at the end of the day, that's what really upsets people about stuff like Frieren. They see way too much of themselves reflected in it, and they're scared that the jig will be up, that someone will be like, wait a minute, this is exactly how you act. Oops.
One question: do we want to do a community House of Cards stream soon? Or not stream, but community House of Cards. You know what I
Oh,
mean?
oh, not House of Cards. You said that, and I was like, the show? No,
Yeah, that's sure.
what, like actually watching the House of Cards? I've never seen that.
Yeah, but the original, the UK one, not the US one.
Oh, I've never seen either version. I've never seen House of Cards. I've never seen The Office. I've seen like one episode of Doctor Who, I think.
The original one or the one from 2000s?
I think it was the newer one. Not the new soy-filled one.
But the 2000 ones, yeah, okay. Like, it wasn't black and white, wasn't it?
No, it wasn't. Yeah. I mean, the logistics of it is always weird, but I'm sure we could arrange something. I only heard about House of Cards 10. To me, it looks like kindergarten corruption compared to Brazil. Yeah, good old Brazil.
I mean, one of the first things that happens is that, like, some Machiavellian convinces some dude that is on drugs, like a cocaine addict politician, do a lot of shit for him, and then fucking murder him, so...
Well, quite frankly, it's because they're not sending their best. They have to go back. Every last one of them, they have to go back.
Somebody quoting the Trump there. Nah, Doctor Who is more of a troll series, like fucking. that's just how sci-fi movies used to be like in the day. It's not as funny as Spaceship or Orion. Spaceship Orion was epic.
You do a good Trump. I thought it was terrible, but thank you.
No, that was a decent Trump.
And I'll never be able to do it again. I just know it. Speaking of voices, I had my mind blown yesterday. So, obviously, everyone here knows that I follow a lot of VTubers and streamers and stuff. And I was watching one, and she was streaming with someone else. And then I heard the person that she was streaming with, and I was like, wait, that voice, no, that can't be. And then the more she talked, I was like, there's absolutely no way that's not her. And it just blew my fucking mind because I didn't know. There's a lot of people out there that are you know, bigger. They have multiple lives and accounts that they run. I don't look into these sorts of things. I made a thread on Twitter about this that, like, overall I don't care. I don't try and get too deep into like the personal lives of a lot of these different streamers and the like. Like, just not that parasocial. I mean, if it's something that develops naturally, that's fine. But like a lot of people out there, you know, they're like just like, oh, they're all starstruck and they want to worm their way into like someone's life, and I'm just like, you know, I'm not against it, but on the other hand, I'm not like trying to e-stalk people. Not gonna go looking up someone's fucking Facebook and see if they've got alternate secret Twitter accounts and alternate YouTube channels and shit. For all I know, Shin could be running like 500 different accounts and I wouldn't know. 'Cause that's not my business. I don't make it my business. Am I talking about? Oh, Gura. Yeah, Gura. It's all right though. I I have it on good authority that a certain a certain indie VTuber has recently had her Twitter account verified. Make of that what you will. If you know, you know. See, in times like that, I will make exceptions. Because it's like if I like the person's performance, their talent, all that other stuff, you know, I may follow them a little bit. Otherwise, I just don't worry about it. Yeah, I need to go out and scavenge for that. Okay, I think we've reached the limit of stuff that we can scavenge. You mean, I don't know what you're talking about, Shin. So in short, if find someone that attracts you, you should stalk him. Advice taken. What? What? That conversation took a weird turn. Let's be real, she did that on purpose. Oh, I think she's... My theory is I think she's been laying the groundwork for quite a while. I agree with people who say that she kind of probably wanted to leave at least a couple years back. Obviously, we won't ever know for sure unless she brings it up, but my theory kind of is what a lot of other people have said, where I believe that there was probably a lot of seeds there being laid, groundwork being put down. Yeah. But I bring that up specifically because there's a lot of people out there that started doom posting. And they're latching on to the whole disagreement with management. And I don't disagree that, let's see. Yeah, I'm surprised she didn't. I think she stuck around because they asked her to. Possibly because she wanted to. But I kind of get from her graduation announcements that it feels like she was under a lot of pressure. And again, personal theory here, I don't know for sure and I can't speak for sure and I won't try and speak for sure on this. But I can only imagine the kind of pressure that you're under when you become essentially the face of English VTubing. Because, I mean, she's been huge, and she remained huge even when she was basically inactive. Like, you know, the whole meme became like she would pop in every few months to disrupt other people's stuff. Another streamer would graduate, and then she'd stream some random game or something. Or do some random karaoke. It did things like that. Like that became a meme just because her things were so infrequent that it almost felt like they were being targeted. So I don't blame people for feeling that way. But yeah, I just She probably didn't want to stick around, but there's probably a lot of pressure that she was dealing with. I would never want to be put under that kind of pressure. Shit, man, what is it to monetize channels? Like 2,000 viewers, unless they've changed it? I think about small numbers like that, and I'm like, good lord, would I really want 2,000 people following my stupid-ass antics on this account? "5 a.m. Good night. Good morning, people. I assumi dio." What kind of Doom posting? Just, you know, the usual Hollow is over, cover is a black company, blah, 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 blah. Anti-shit, basically.
I will be very honest. I never cared about Fate's Day. I never cared about Hololive. I never cared about any of those things.
Your theory, probably something to do with Hololive going public. It comes way more controlling things, invitations, and probably, as you say, she was already enough pressure. Well, that, and I kind of feel like another part of it is the company is shifting more towards being more of an idol company. And I know there's a lot of people out there, and I've seen them online talk about how like, oh, cover was always about the idol. It's like, yes, but they were balanced in their approach. They were never like just idle activities, right? They would do some idle stuff, obviously, but they would also have people that more or less all they did was stream or do karaoke streams or whatever they did. The streamer element. I feel like, and again, can't speak, you know, I don't have any person inside, but just again, my theories and hypothesis is they're probably shifting more towards the idle stuff, maybe in relation to pressure from investors. Investors are probably like, well, we make money with streaming, but we'd make more money with concerts, merch sales, DVDs, all the other shit that comes with the whole idol culture. Oh, let's release a new single and sell 100,000 copies. Oh, it's been 2 months. Time to it's not even 2 months. It's been almost a month. Time to release a new single. There's probably a lot of talent out there that just is not on board with that. Not to put words into anybody's mouth here, but someone did make an interesting observation that there was 2 posts recently that kind of highlighted things. Ina was talking about how she was spending so much time, you know, basically she was joking about having to sleep in the in the office because of all the work she was doing, and Narissa was talking about how she had her first day off in quite a while and she was going to take time to rest up and rest her voice and stuff. So, you know, and again, we'll never know. I don't think anyone here knows anybody that's close enough to actually give any information. All it is assumption and speculation. But I could definitely see those dynamics playing out behind the scenes, especially if the company is shifting from what it was before, which was kind of like a mixed bag of idle stuff plus streaming stuff, where now they kind of want to put more emphasis on one and less emphasis on the other. It's not like they're going to be forbidding streaming, but you know, they're probably like, we're kind of moving this direction, and there's probably girls out there that are just like, not interested in that, not interested at all. It's okay to do it, you know, once a year or something like that, but if they're wanting to do consistent events and concerts and single releases and whatever it is they're doing, does not align with the people that are leaving. Especially this many leaving in such short order. That's a lot of people all at one time. I don't think it's so bad. Some conspiracies say, but the fan base is there and there's more freedom. You use a day off, straight up rest, sleep. Just shows the insane workload you have. Oh yeah, that's a lot of work. Another reason why I would never want to be part of a company. I prefer to just make my own way. If I was ever going to be like a VTuber, I would be indie or maybe part of a small company that didn't expect much of you. And of course, I'd only be part of the grandpa generation. Be a bunch of old dudes. The old dude generation. I can sit around and tell these young whippersnappers about how it used to be back in the day. Yes. What are you doing? Oh, I know what he's doing.
Hmm?
Oh, I'm trying to figure out why he's not... Oh, he's trying... Yep. He's crafting scraps, meaning he's making money.
Okay.
Scraps is your money in this game. I'm like, I haven't been able to build anything because, like, I don't have any stone. And the reason I don't have any stone is because, Yes, I'll assist you when I get around to it. Fuck off. Sorry, buddy, that sounds like a you problem. There we go. Much better. Now, back to work. No, you know what? Screw being part of someone else's agency. I'm gonna start my own agency with blackjack and hookers.
What the fuck?
You've never seen Futurama, I take it.
I did.
Oh, okay.
I did see Futurama.
You have a problem with an idol agency that has blackjack and hookers then? Yeah, that's why I think the trigger is the company going public. Nope. Well, I hope it was the right idea, because it is definitely causing some shockwaves. That's for sure.
Yeah. Why do American schools do not teach properly about statistics?
American schools. Because over in America we have this thing called the Department of Education. And I'm gonna let you on a little spoilers here. It hasn't been about educating forever.
It's because the funding for the schools comes from the local government, and the local governments have what as a main income source? Local lotteries and local gambling. If gambling's allowed, but lotteries, whatever, you know what I mean. Local lotteries. It's one of the biggest income of them.
Lotteries and property taxes, that sort of thing.
Yeah. And if people would know about statistics, nobody would go gambling or being in a lottery. That's just how the fucking US works. Everything is bullshit.
Oh, it could go well in Chatterbait. Actually, no. Here's my idea. Start an agency, right? We'll have all of the dudes. We'll do all the cool stuff, and then we'll have a division of female streamers. All they do is they just hang out on Twitch, you know, milking all that simp money with the hot tub streams.
You know how Trump could fucking fix the US?
Gotcha. How?
By just legalizing fucking fentanyl and cocaine. All the fucking retards would just give themselves golden shots and all the fucking problems will be fucking solved.
I disavow. They're probably gonna do it anyway, legal or illegal, but still.
And the thing is with
they're gonna do it anyway, legal or illegal, but still, disavow.
And with cocaine and fucking fentanyl legal, all the fucking drug people would fucking loot the fucking drug traders, the dealers and shit, or the mob and shit.
Business model of Melody.
All the gangs would lose all their money, so they wouldn't have like money to like fucking hire their people and for guns and shit. So all the fucking gangs would die. Plus the taxes from all of that shit would make a lot of money. Just legalize it. All the retards die, the scum gets some money, and the gangs lose a lot of money, or all of their money.
This switches to Chatterbait and well, Chatterbait. Clay. Oh yeah, I'm about to get attacked. Well. What do you guys got? We don't really have much to trade. Oh, nothing I can afford anyway. Wool, maybe. Trade you some arrows, I guess. Good enough, that'll work. More research. Faster. How fast am I researching now? 190%. Twice the speed of any other researcher. But yeah, I pity you if you don't like the gacha or the VTubers. Such are the finer things in life. Nah, it's fine. It's not for everybody. At the end of the day, it's just a really fun puppet show. So, you know, I'm sure there's tons of people out there that just do not like puppet shows. And, you know, each their own. Go find whatever makes you happy.
Who the fuck likes puppet shows?
What?
Who the fuck likes puppet shows?
People who watch VTubers?
Okay, special cases.
Unless you're one of those simps that you know, that thinks that the character is an actual person, as opposed to a person playing a character that's on screen. There's this goddamn comedian that is the best. The comedian. What do we have here? A comedian, eh?
I mean, most YouTubers are just fucking personas.
What's his name? Jeff Dunham? Is that the comedian? Jeff Dunham, the puppeteer? We saw him once at the local county fair. He's got the grumpy old man puppet. He's got the dead terrorist puppet. Yeah. I know who you're talking about. Yeah, Jeff Dunham. Saying it's a puppeteer and a comedian. Oh, that's gonna be one of the saddest things about the changes to cover now that it's gone public and it's kind of seeming that it's shifting directions. They're gonna be moving away from the whole comedian thing. Why are you making arrows? Get over there and craft boards. Now! Yeah, well, I wonder if Marine will stay. Her whole brand is talking profanity. I saw a comment that kind of makes me lean towards her staying, which is that someone commented that their theory was that part of the reason that Gora stuck around for so long was that they wanted to give some of the other girls time to get exposure and build up their fan bases. One of them being Marine. I forget who else the other one was. It might have been, I don't know if it was one of the JP girls or not. I think it might have been two of the JP girls. But they were saying, and obviously this is their theory, but, you know, it makes sense to me, that they were trying to build up two of their other people so that when Gora left, they would sort of have that talent, and they sort of allowed her to kind of drift along the way she did to allow the fans to sort of gravitate to other people. It makes a weird sort of sense. We will, of course, never know. Unless there's some sort of leak. It would be a very shrewd business move, though. Allow your big talent to kind of drift along for a while, keep people invested in the company, build up your other talents, kind of allow them to drift over to the other people that are still more active. Then allow the person that was intending to leave all along to leave, as they wanted to in the first place. And there you go. Pay no attention to that noise. Gotta make sure I'm logging in today. Someone's using my Charlotte. I had quite the fright the other day. I was what was I streaming? Oh yeah, I was streaming Cyberpunk, and someone popped into the chat and they were like, "Hey," I was just I forget what the conversation was. They were like, "Hey, I just saw this channel pop up in my recommendations," and then I had to think for a second, and I went through my chat logs, right, or their YouTube comments or logs or comments or whatever. They use some technical term, I don't know what it is. And they were like, "I realized that you were one of the people commenting on my streams," or something like that. And I'm like, "YouTube, why must you do this? Trying to give me a heart attack." genuinely terrified of getting a lot of attention. And if YouTube is like, hey, go check this guy out. He's interacted with your account like one time. Go look at his stream. I don't need this kind of attention, YouTube. Don't do it. Don't do it, YouTube. It could have just been the game, by the way, because I've streamed a few games and then I've noticed that sometimes it'll pop up in my recommendations, even though I haven't been watching a lot of video or stream content related to the sort of thing. I don't know. I think the YouTube algorithm is just all fucked up. I mean, I'm scared enough when I see some random video, I leave a comment and people go, oh my god, it's Shin. I'm like, I'm not that big for this to keep happening. I don't get it. Well, I don't think it's about the size. I think it's the stuff you do is just memorable. Like, who was it? Someone posted in the SquidCoyote something from All Muscle, and I had to stop for a second and wonder, does whoever posted this video know who All Muscle is, or are they just posting it because of the meme? Well, I think it's probably one part that you're just so personable, and two part that you just kind of have your unique little style and vibe. Yeah, I'm just gonna send people out of my camp even though I'm about to be attacked. I love the timing in this game. Unique, I guess it's fair, kinda. I haven't really seen anybody use that style. The comedic timing, the setups. So, I'd say, at least from my perspective, it's unique. It's unique enough to have its own thing, at least as far as, again, I see. Yeah, break rocks. Oh, they're almost here. We're all gonna die! Better save before we all die. Well, I guess if we're about to die, it really wouldn't make sense. All I'd be able to do is just reload and have us die again. Break those rocks! I'm gonna have to go out scavenging, though. Well, for now... let's do this. Cover the archers, take the front. Let's try that. Maybe we won't die. Well, it's only the first actual raid. We are pretty well set up. No, we will activate at the last second. Oh god, we're all gonna die. 40 seconds. Any last words, everybody? My last words are Jack's hip games. No. Let me take that back. Last words are Abby is taller than Nero. Sizable group. I think we can take them though. Speaking of short stacks, I did not get the shrimp. I did not get Tia Mommy. I got 2 copies of the Mushroom Girl. It's so over, bros. It's so over. That wasn't too bad. Was only the first raid though. Hey Shin, when is the... Yeah, I was gonna ask somebody, since you're here, that's pretty convenient. When are the next banners for the shrimp and the the mommy? Next year there will be another chance. Okay, so I just have to save up for a year. Got it. Are you telling me an Umu fried this rice? We will have a rerun requested by survey, ironically. If it was not a survey, we wouldn't have a rerun of this event. Oh, really? Nice. Good for the surveys. I saw someone was posting on Twitter about how they just realized that that Nobu was an event servant, and I was just laughing because thinking about the old like that far back, I was thinking about all the good times, like the time that Janta nuked everyone's fucking login streaks, and then someone brought up the Nero Fest login apocalypse. Good times. Classic. Maybe I'm wrong, but I thought that the reruns were done because EN was behind, and they were giving the West a chance to catch up. Or was that always a thing in both EN and JP? People are still pissed over the Nero one. Another end. Oh, okay. So I just misunderstood. I always thought that they were there as a. All right, so that makes sense then. So at some point they were just like, we need to just stop doing reruns. Okay, I follow. I get you. I get you. Nothing worth going out and looting at this time. Mostly people with lost events, new players experience as well. So now, Zingle is giving unapologetic tons more banners every freaking event. It's working for profits, that's the worst part. Hey, they know their audience, man. That's like the #1 rule of your business model. If you want to be in the gacha game, know your audience. It's like I see people complain about like the cute and funny in Blue Archive, or like the hyper, like let's just say the jiggles in stuff like Nikkei, or you know, some of the more risque Mihoyo stuff. And I'm just like, if this isn't appealing to you, you're not the target audience. If you're the target audience of Blue Archive, you're looking at all of the servants thinking, "Oh my god," and posting a crying sad emoji. If you're a fan of the Mihoyo games, you're just like, "Holy crap, she's covered in oil and latex and you can practically see everything." If you're a fan of Nikki, you're like, "Woo, look at that jiggle." If you ain't those people, you ain't the target audience. I don't care how much you post on Twitter about how you really like the game and blah blah blah, but the story's being ruined because they're hyper focusing on all of these elements to appeal to the chuds or whatever else. It's like, no. The chuds are the emphasis. That's who they're after. If they were after you, well, they'd be wasting their time and money because you wouldn't be playing the gacha. Story people are probably just gonna go fucking watch YouTube synopsises anyway. You're gonna watch some asshole explain you the fucking story on YouTube, or just watch streams of the story without commentary or whatever else. And you're gonna continue posting on Twitter because that's what you actually do. And there's no way to appeal to that crowd. You are never gonna be able to make a game that's going to appeal to the mindset of a person who's a freaking Twitter brain dead Twitter type. Gooners are the money spenders. You're just an extra. No one cares. Yeah, that's like why all the it's why so much money is in art. So much art money is in really lewd stuff. Oh, trust me, if I could do lewd stuff, I'd be doing lewd stuff. Only thing I wouldn't do is fetish stuff. No furry stuff. No weird stuff like inflation and the like. None of that weird stuff. I would never go that weird, even though that's where the real money is. I'll take a couple $100, never having to draw or render, I guess. I don't know. My skills these days more are in learning Blender and whatnot. So it'd probably be 3D art. So I'm sorry, but we're not going to be doing any 3D renders of Jill Valentine getting inflated and floating off because she's full of helium or something. I don't care if it's worth $5,000. I'm not doing it. You can't make me do it. Consider doing lewd animations, honestly, to spare money. Complete this.
One question, are you even playing the game? Like, every time I look at it, nothing happens.
It's a simulator. I just tell them what to do and they do it. Think of like The Sims. I set up priorities and tasks and whatnot, and they do it.
Talk about The Sims. Did you look into this game called Inzoi?
Ah, I've seen that. Dude, that shit is crazy. I've seen like a lot of VTubers out there making realistic models of themselves and then using the face tracking. The customization's pretty good, actually. Not perfect. A few more of the girls at the esoteric designs couldn't quite do a good rendition of themselves. One of them being Craigioli from Hollow ID. She couldn't quite do her zombie Frankenstein scar pattern thing. Patchwork
I mean, we
skin.
talked about like an obvious like fucking Sims clone, but that game looks amazing. And don't forget that game's only like in beta. It's not like a release.
More like the game is beta. Boss fantasy.
Like that game is probably better than any Sims game.
It actually does look... The gameplay itself actually does look kind of interesting.
I mean, just a Sims clone.
Ooh, rescue mission. Okay, we can do this one.
But as far there's not really much to do, like... But like I said, the game is like on in a beta release, so they have shit to do. They still have a lot of work to do.
Bashers. What a terrible name. Let's see. Heh, legalize it. Man, just legalize it, bro. Hey, baby, you want some ow? Yes, we'll be the no, wait. If I go red, then it becomes one of those danger signs.
Why am I still so cold?
Rescue's coming. I give the orders, they do it. By the way, whenever a woman says that insert whatever is for gooners, remember the top fantasy erotic Souls and Woman's on Woman is a novel about a romance between a bull woman and a woman. Oh yeah. There are two types of people in this world. People who think people who know women goon and liars. I mean, what the hell do people think romance novels are?
Most romance novels suck fucking dick.
Well, yeah, because they're on the level of like actually the fucked up thing is they're not even on the level of fucking hentai manga. Because I have legit seen H manga that has decent plots.
Yeah, I know. I as well. It's weird if you have like fucking if you have fucking hentais with better fucking stories than fucking like legit anime.
Like I think I saw someone post something one time and it was like, oh, these two get together and they just have sex one summer day or something like that. And I'm just like, what is going on here? And then they like totally just fucking pull the rug out from under you because it's like at the end they point out that the dude has been dead the whole time. So I'm just like, wait, is this her fantasy if like he was still alive? Is that what we're reading here?
There's this one H manga called for sale fallen lady.
I'm in the labyrinth in another world has a surprisingly great writing, the characters in the world, and yada yada yada.
Which has a pretty fucking decent story.
I mean, when you get down to it, there's like a lot of visual novels that basically emphasize that are more like about the sex. They're actually pretty decent when it comes down to all the other elements.
Yeah.
That's why I was having a lot of fun with Cross Channel. Like, I'd never actually read it in full English, as I pointed out numerous times. Like, my experience with it was a combination of my own bad translation and some machine translation where I could, and having to look up symbols and phrases and stuff, and kind of half getting what was going on, but actually seeing what was going on with a full translation was like, I'm like, okay, this is a completely different story than what I thought it was.
You know, like 10 years ago, I watched this one old ass hentai. It was like a hentai from the 80s.
Damn, that's old school.
Yeah, it was a hentai from the 80s, and it was like it was some like pretty fucking hardcore hentai. Like, bro, obviously like fucking everybody he like ever gets to contact him. Then like his fucking sister showed up, and I'm like, yeah, okay, we go like fucking incest. No, what happened is he like his sister like tried to hook up with him, and he was like, nah. Gives her a hug, like I am not doing my sister. At the end.
Wait, so what the plot was like this, that someone was trying to get him to do his sister, or his sister was trying to get him to do her?
Neither really. Like he was just like doing anybody. Like the sister like showed interest in him, but he like
Oh, and
didn't
then
do
that
no.
was the punchline at the end. He was just like, nope.
Yeah, like no, he just hugs her. You're my sister. Like yeah, that ain't happening. The end, like the ending was just so random. Like I will never forget that fucking ending because of that single reason.
That's really unusual for Japan.
Like
They're usually
professionals have
exactly the
stand-up. Like
opposite.
that's just how it felt. Like professionals have stand-ups. Bro, fucking all the girls in the fucking school, like legit, like you fucked like through 20 fucking girls in that thing. And
Yeah,
then like his sister shows up. Ah, no, we go incest route to just to get the text. And nope, gives the the end. Like
yeah. I've never seen that one before, so the synopsis doesn't even sound familiar to me. Sounds like a very funny one though.
It was not a good hentai, to be honest. It was just like some like shitty 80s porn. Like that's what it was. Like looks like a blueprint to like those shitty hentais apply in school about this boy that fucks through everybody. Like exactly that's how that thing was. But like then like I said, like the ending just like with the system was that was just like, yeah, okay, that one I will never forget just because of that.
Oh, before I forget, I was gonna say. So, on the topic earlier about what I was saying about how like about how I don't know that I would ever want to have like thousands and thousands of subscribers and however many viewers. If this conversation came up on Shin's channel, we'd have to be banning people from posting numbers. Nuke
I mean, if
codes.
it's just numbers, that's not a problem.
But we're pure and innocent. We don't indulge in such things. We keep it professional around here.
What do we know, Shin?
I think today I wouldn't even ban, honestly, as long as they don't say what the numbers.
I have one question. Those numbers, to which sites do they like belong? I never like looked up those numbers.
I think most people it links to. I don't know actually. I think it might be. I think it might be N hentai.
I think so too, yeah, but
The numbers, Mason. We're trying to figure out where the numbers go. I've never actually looked it up.
I usually use hentai fuck, but like the numbers obviously don't work because of that. Which site the numbers belong to? Which hentai site?
Oh, okay, so it was right.
Okay, it is.
I just happen to know a guy who knows a guy who may be there and noticed that there are numbers on that site.
Yeah, like I said, I use hentai fox among others, but mostly hentai fox.
Not at all.
Isn't wasn't hentai put down a while ago?
No, I think it was a different site. I think. I don't know. I don't keep quite up to date and tabs on all the different websites and what goes on and what goes down with them. But yeah, Anyways, yeah, getting back to the topic though. The reason that brought us to this part of the conversation. Um, yeah, there's actually been quite a few times where I've read decent stories and plots. Like your average gooner, female gooner book read romance novel is just like, well, I mean, let's just put it this way: Twilight is basically par for the course as far as that shit goes. And guys get shit. We get shit for unrealistic standards. And I'm just like, well, most of the time guys are just guys are just looking for marrying your high school sweetheart, true love, uh holding hands. Heck, sometimes if they tone down the sexy stuff, they can make it into a proper, like, just regular manga, and that would be just fine.
You know what most people want to see? A fucking romance where the school friend, where the childhood friend wins.
They want to see the enemies crushed, driven before them, and hear the lamentations of their women.
Or what we want to see, Uri emo, but with like a proper fucking ending. That ending was bullshit.
Guys want true love and loyalty. Women want to go to an orgy. I mean, as a general thing, obviously exceptions to the rules exist. There are probably guys out there that are into NTR, despite the fact that that's more of a woman fetish. There are probably women out there that are into, like, you know, the childhood friend winning. Oh, that was something fucked up that I found out on Twitter today. I was scrolling through, reading comments and stuff, and someone was talking about Kodomo no Jikan, which is a very cute and funny series, a manga anime, and they were like, yeah, apparently the author of this series, yeah, she had a thing for her first grade teacher.
I mean, do you know the story about fucking Macron and his wife?
Oh, Macron. Yeah, the guy who married like some fucking 50-year-old lady because she was his teacher or something.
Yeah. The French president who married his fucking middle school teacher.
I know what this anime is. I read the manga as well. Never mind.
Like officially, like they officially, but yeah, we started dating when I was 14, and I'm like they openly said it, and I'm like, I don't believe you, like that fucking girl is a fucking pedo and goes after like a 12-year-old boy. Like if the genders or sexes would be reversed, like that would be like fucking total jail time. Like 100%.
You know, the joke goes, there are a lot of guys who are like, aha, I wish I had a teacher like that. But realistically, from the statistics and, you know, research and stuff that I've seen, it pretty much fucks with males and females the same way. There is no, oh man, I wish that would have happened to me. Like, no, you don't. At least from the stuff I've seen and read.
I mean, in my life, there was this one teacher. I would have done it with her. Like, don't forget, like, if you go through school, through high school, and do your, like, fucking teaching license and shit, you're not that old. Like, if it's a young teacher, like, a really young teacher, like, they're just in there for short while. That person ain't that much younger or that much older than like a student there.
I don't know. I think back to
Well, let's go back to Macron. That was a teacher that was already like fucking 10 years working as a teacher. Like age difference like fucking 18 years or 20 years between the two. Like,
I think back to like the teachers that I thought were decent looking back in my day, and I'm just like, yeah. Once the hormones calm down and you start thinking clearly, you're just like, ew.
I had the really hot music teacher. Like hot lady. Really nice voice.
I don't know. They must make them different in my area because the ones that I thought were okay were definitely like not even at the bar. Not even at the bar.
Like
Not enough
teachers,
rum and Guinness in the world.
most of my teachers were obviously like fucking old hags, but like I said, my music teacher for like 2 years, that was a hot fucking woman.
Hags. Oh look, shameless plug with nothing related to the conversation. What is this?
What the fuck did you send that shit? Also, as far as I know, like that lady, like music teacher. As far as I know, that lady was like rich and was just like, yeah, what should I do? I really don't have to work. I'm rich. You know what? I become a teacher. Like that kind of person she was. What do you mean? You told me don't remember. Oh, fuck. Yeah.
Okay, I'm just gonna close that. I don't need an earworm right now. Walk around all night singing that to myself.
I needed way too long to get that joke. I needed way too long to get that joke.
Let's see. Is there anything we can loot? Anything decent?
Lady could sing very well, had a rather deep voice for her physique. Not to be honest, she was a bit too slim for me. I'm a big guy.
But you know the Kodomo no Jikan thing doesn't surprise me at all, because who the hell wrote Tale of Genji? Was it a man? Oh no, it wasn't. What was that story about? A dude grooming a young girl into his wife. Seriously, that lady kind of a freak. Everyone be like, Tale of Genji's so good. How come they never made a sequel? And then cause your eyes like, hold my beer. The move is called the Genji Plan to groom a girl into the perfect wife. It should be called the Murasaki Plan. So it's fine, right? Right? I mean, most of Hololive is into the cute and funny, so I guess by that logic, it's okay to be into the cute and funny. Oh, so many tourists posting now that Gura's graduating. They're like gloating about how like, oh no, now that she's leaving, what are all the gross like stupid coded language that they use? Insert that there. What are they? You know, what are they gonna goon to now? Now that she's so disgusted she's leaving or something like that. And everyone that knows is like, you do realize that like she's one of those types, right? She is one of those ones that's you know, got a lot of really great quotes. One of those ones being one of my favorite being what's the matter? Scared of a little four-letter word? Always has been. What's that line from Breaking Bad? I'm trying to remember it. Could you tell us which states you're licensed to concealed carry in? And then Mike says, it'd be faster to tell you the ones that I'm not. That quote, except for Shota and Lolicons in Hololive. And probably in a lot of other VTuber agencies too. Stan, I think we might have enough water. Oh, right. I remember while I was checking the world map. I need research books. My research can't proceed without the research book. Trader. I don't think I have anything to trade right now. You showed up at the wrong time here, buddy. Nothing I really need. There. No. Can't even afford that. Yeah. Nothing I need right now. Good lord, it's almost been 2.5 hours. Let's make it another 2.5 hours. Yeah, still nothing I want.
Huh?
Oh, just looking at the trader's inventory before they leave. I don't have anything I really
Okay.
want. What I need is more wood, but I'll be darned if I'm gonna waste money on frickin' wood. Or scraps, or whatever you call them. Can equip rare tech weapons. Oh yeah. I don't even have any right now, but we'll find some eventually, probably. So, confirm something for me. When you click on my channel, and it opens the screen, right? It shows the stream title, right? It doesn't truncate it. It doesn't cut it off. It doesn't hide it. It shows the stream title, right? Yeah, somewhat. Oh, okay. Does it at least show the beginning? Like, obviously, if it's a long title, I'm going to assume it cuts it down to like 10, 12, 20 characters or something, whatever the maximum is. So much that I entered even wanting to know what was the deal with Frieren. Okay. So, that was something I've always been wondering. But that makes sense now. I was kind of not ranting really, but I was kind of musing about this earlier. How it bemuses me when people pop in and they're like, "What game is this?" I feel that I have been consistent with putting the game title in every stream, unless I've changed the stream, forgotten to change the title, or it's just random and I'm jumping around. In which case, I'll just say that. But like, I was kind of just musing on that I get that so often. It always makes me raise my eyebrow because I'm like, but it's in the title. Okay, so that confirms that. I'd thought as much. I think we have enough of that cruise.
One question: have you watched the 100 Girlfriends anime?
100 girlfriends.
Really, 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 really love you.
No.
Watch it or
Wait.
read the manga.
Wait. I think I might have heard of it though. Is it the one where the guy has? I mean, basically, it's a harem anime,
It's harem, obviously.
and it's more of a comedy, but like the dude's girlfriend's mom likes him or something like that,
A bunch of girls like him.
including his the main. I don't know. I assume she's the main character. The main character's mom.
They're all his girlfriends.
Yes, but
Characters that are not his girlfriend don't have a name. Like, it's part of the comedy. Like,
but
even his
the
best
mom
friends,
of one of the girlfriends.
she
She
Yeah,
even gets a whole credit sequence that she's just singing about him, right?
Yeah, in the end of
Okay.
season 1 there, yes.
Okay, yes, that's what I thought.
As the manga reader, I can tell you, bro dates 4 of his teachers. Bro dates the mother of one of the girls. He dates the grandma of one of his other girlfriend.
Damn.
He dates his
He likes
second
them
cousin.
mature. He dates what? One of their cousins? Or his cousin?
I think it's his second cousin.
I mean, that's just Japan being Japan. Lost
Yeah,
train
we're
of thought.
talking about the 100 girlfriends.
What is the dealio?
Like, that anime is really good. Like, it's really well written.
Yeah.
It's a rom-com, obviously. A rom-com harem, but it's like really well written. Maybe it's even his first degree cousin. Like, it's really well written. But I seriously want like an OVA or something from the perspective of one of his like classmates. Like, bro dates 4 different girls in his class and multiple of his teachers. I think he dates the English teacher. He dates the like ethics teacher, moral teacher. He dates the headmistress. You know what I mean?
Headmistress, yeah.
Headmistress, who is by the way, the mother of the first girlfriend.
The boy actually cares about the girlfriends is something that most rom-coms fail.
Yeah, like every single girl has a good personality. Every single girl has an interaction, interaction with every other girl, and like a dynamic with every other girl.
My favorite is the Brazilian girl. Ira and her ass is a meme in itself.
Yeah, and she is like a Brazilian kickboxer. Yeah. Like, and like the manga is like a girlfriend. I think 35 now. Maybe 34, whatever. Like about a third of the girlfriends are in there now.
But I want to say that that's pretty typical of rom-coms, though, that the main character tends to actually care for the female.
No, we care about every single
Alright.
girl. Each of the girls cares about every single other girl. And like I said, there are 33 of them. Each of them gets a moment to shine of the fucking 33 fucking girlfriends. Like, that's the thing. Like, this manga will, or an anime later on, will try to get 100 girlfriends in, and each of them has a personality that's also developing. Each of the girlfriends has interaction with every other of the girlfriends and it's dynamic with each of the other girlfriends. Exactly.
Some bait Yuri happening.
Yeah, especially the first two girlfriends he had. They have some Yuri relationship going on as well.
Oh, so it's like a Saber Rin sort of thing. What's the line? I didn't think I swung that way. Yeah, she's making out with Saber. Not that you'd know, since you don't, not into Fate and all that stuff. Harder, actually.
Yeah, their romance scenes are pretty fucking hardcore for fucking like PG-12 series. Like they turn into zombies and like have a full-on makeout, like. Like I think the fifth girlfriend. The fifth girlfriend is like some lunatic scientist, and she constantly drugs all the other girls.
Like moments they try and kiss the main boy, then they fall asleep. When they're dreaming, they actually are sleeping, hugging each other, kissing each other.
Or when they're drugged up, they go like complete kissing fancy, and then like start mass kissing each other. Like each of the girls starts off as like a cliche archetype character, and then like develops into way more as the more we start to know that girl.
Fascinating. That actually sounds like an incredibly difficult task, though.
It is.
Writing that many characters.
Except about a third of the characters are done, and all of them are well written. Every single one of them, and every single one of them has a dynamic with every other character. And the dynamics are also developing over time.
The genius thing that I say, even Mushoku Tensai using a lot. Starting point of the girls is turning the cliche stereotype. Girl, no, it's deeply and well written.
Yeah. Like each girl starts off, like I said, as its complete archetype, stereotype girl. Yeah, that's a Sunray, that's the Android, that's XYZ, that's the girl that likes that doesn't like to talk to people. That's the shy girl. That's the sporty girl. And then they develop more and more. The last there are a lot of girls with some pretty fucking hardcore fetishes out there. Some of those fetishes work very well together. The fucking hyper masochist girl and the girl that likes violence. They work very well together.
Oyakodon, truly patrician.
Yeah, it was pretty fucking shameless. Incest. What incest? Like okay, the first cousin, but Oh, are you talking about the in-game or what are we on?
No, there's nothing going on in the game. I'm just watching these guys farm.
Okay. That's. I mean, it's weird that his parents are like pushing him into dating his first cousin.
Oh, according to YouTube, somebody else just popped in. Wonder if Dio's back.
And no, that
couldn't
was
sleep.
me. I accidentally left and then rejoined.
It says there's 3 people. It was only sitting there was 1 before.
No, I went down to 2 again and counted me twice. Yeah.
Remember, shortly after the bazillion-year-old joined, the joke was... people were like, oh my god, this is so offensive, stereotype, yada yada.
Dude, just ignore them. Yeah, that's offensive. Like, those are like fucking attention whores. Don't give them the attention.
I think having a Reddit account and being an active Reddit user should ban you from the rest of the internet.
I mean, I used to have a Reddit account, and I used to be an active member.
Yeah, but you somehow seem to have managed to survive the brain rot and the.
Yeah, dude, I had an account for about like let's say 9 months, and then I like left, like, and I was only active on like 2 subreddits, like highly active like on a Suzerain subreddit and fairly active on the TNO subreddit. You should play TNO, but I don't know if your PC can handle it. That TNO is pretty fucking intensive on data.
Play what?
The New Order, it's a mod for Hearts of Iron.
The New Order?
Yeah. It like completely converts Hearts of Iron into like it's very similar to Suzerain actually.
Interesting.
But the thing is, there are like all the nations still going on around, and like each of the nations you don't play like has its own decisions, and they're just picked randomly. So shit can be wildly different.
But
also the universe completely fucked as it plays in the 60s and 70s after Germany won World War II. So yeah, playing in the US is not a nice time. Let alone Europe.
What are we talking? Just full on man in the high castle here?
No, it's a realistic scenario, a somewhat realistic scenario. Somewhat realistic. Like they made some meme shit like Mr. Clockman, like some his name's Tiborotsky. Everybody just calls him the Clockman in the community. Then there's and the Burgundians, and like the Burgundians are like completely fucking insane. Like after World War II, like parts of the SS like around Himmler and shit want to like go full on like too evil, want to like genocide everything. Like Hitler was like nah, then they like tried to coup him. Hitler just banished them all to Belgium, Belgia. Belgia. What are you calling it, that nation? Belgium, Belgia.
No, Belgia.
Belgium. Okay.
Like are you asking what it's called? Belgium.
Yeah, Belgium. Yeah, he banished them to Belgium, like, and they like created the Burgundian state, the Shadow State, the SS state of Burgundy. Like, so, like some like complete like Lovecraftian state there.
Could have been worse. He could have sent him to Detroit.
Nah, like they tried to make the entire world worse than Detroit. Like they tried to like start World War III, like nuclear holocaust on the entire world. That only the pure Aryans can survive. No, but like
and became human. I don't know, Shin. I think there's very few things in this world that would be as horrifying as being in a David Cage game.
I don't know. The most David Cage games living in them was for the most part fine. I mean, in Fahrenheit, unless you froze to death, you were fine. In the Heavy Rain game, most of the people were fine.
In the Heavy Rain game, everyone dies and you yell Sean.
I mean, everybody dies. Everybody's like 4 people. Five people.
I will never not think of Heavy Rain and instantly hear the guy yelling Sean though. That video
It's a funny
ruined
meme.
the game for me.
It is funny. It is a funny meme. Like if you get that exploit, or not exploit, but that bug. A friend of mine I showed how to get that bug, and he did it. Like was laughing his ass off. Uh, Sean, 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 Sean.
I think the most impressive part of that bug though is the fact that it is the
Doesn't
fact
break the game.
no is the fact that the audio changes depending on the distance. So as opposed to it not assuming that
Yeah.
the character's still close, it's like, oh, he's far away, so we're adjusting the audio so now you can just faintly hear him in the distance.
Yeah, like because of the fucking you can yell it in an open screen, so the audio adjustment is like programmed in for that. Because like when you are supposed to be able to use it, you are like adjusting it by the distance shit. So like that makes sense. But like that doesn't break the game. That's like the fun part. Like you just have like two users on the fucking X button then.
But no, but anyway, yeah, we got kind of off topic there. No, something that Shin just said that I kind of wanted to support and kind of riff on a little bit there is that was the whole thing about like Reddit and the internet getting pissed off on the behalf of people that are not necessarily upset about certain things.
To be honest, the Brazilian guy didn't even have that big of an ass. You have the big ties.
Well, I mean, doesn't matter how big they are. It's nobody's business to get offended on the behalf of other people.
Yeah, I'm just saying, right?
And even if there were Brazilian people that were upset about it, I'd just be like, fucking cry more. Oh no, it's a stereotype. Wah. It's like
I'm not an ass guy. I'm definitely not an ass guy. I never understood people liking ass.
I think it's mostly like a hip. It's a ratio thing. You know, the way that the hips blossom.
Dude, I'm not saying hip. I'm not
waist
saying hip
and
tie.
and the roundness and the. Well, I mean, it depends on the roundness of this thing. I mean, at a certain point, it becomes gross. Especially especially when it's not like firm and in shape. Like, I've seen, you know, people they're like, oh my gosh, it's so big, and I'm just like, oh, number one, it's too big, and number two, the skin on it's all nasty. Like that lady is not taking care of herself.
Yeah. Now with like big tires, I'm like, okay, looks okay. Having a nice looking hip, okay. I'm talking about ass. Ass itself looks just like shit. Like, you know what I mean? Like, doesn't look fucking good.
Such thing as to yes, boobs. Exactly. And just because they're big does not mean that they're good. Quality comes down to a lot of different pieces.
Just big means just fat, yeah. And just fat is just fat. Like, fat is not sexy.
put the furnace there. We'll put the occult library
I'm a
there.
big guy, I need a tall girl. And if she has nice tits, that makes it a lot better.
You're a big guy. Okay, I see. Just leave me hanging there.
I don't know what to talk about. Like what you're waiting for.
The reply to "you're a big guy" is for you. Come on, get with the memes.
For
Do
you?
you live under a rock? There you go.
I don't know what meme that is.
For you.
What meme is that? Never heard of it.
Bane.
Ah, so. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, now you
Dude,
get
that was not a fucking big meme. Yeah, I've seen it, but come on.
it.
That was not a non-meme. Like, yeah, I'm firing my laser. What's a bigger meme? And you be like, what?
Oh, I know.
Come on,
what,
you're old enough.
I know
You're
what.
old
I know
enough.
what. I know what firing my laser is.
Yeah, obviously you're old enough, but like most people nowadays don't get it because they haven't been old enough for that meme. Like that was like mid 2000s, like fucking like 2006. I'm firing my laser. Brrr. I don't even know what the origin of that meme is. I was just a kid at that time.
It's just a shit post on 4chan as far as I remember it.
I think there was like some weird like source like for it, but whatever, doesn't matter. That's an ancient meme.
It may. I mean, it may have. It may have some rooting in blackfacing certain characters.
What?
Yeah, painting characters black, which is why Cell's face is black with the big red lips. Racist caricature.
Okay.
So BRB, I will make spice noodles. Make sure there's enough for the whole class.
Fucking communists, hang them all. That's another proof that American teachers are like fucking promoting communism. Like, here in Germany, that wouldn't fucking happen. Like, no teachers, yeah, do you have enough for the entire class? No, that wouldn't happen. Bitch, that's mine. I paid for it. I eat it.
You know, that is one of the things that I think Frostpunk did well, is they mixed in a lot of different sort of philosophies, and they mixed them up between the different factions. So there's no faction that you're gonna 100% agree with, or well.
Yeah, but there's no real libertarians in that universe.
I don't even
Like,
think I'd agree with them even if there were.
Just like,
I don't think I'd agree with them even if they were.
yeah, but you
More-
don't have to agree. The fact that they are not in there, you have
more
like
lolbertarians. Got him.
you have like you have fucking like Stalinists there. You have like fucking religious goons in there. You have like some like industrialists there. You have like some city snobs there. You have like some like farmers union there, whatever they are, like some like homesteader union stuff.
The way I see the factions is the stalwarts are like kind of weird elitist authoritarians, but
Where the
like,
stalwarts elitists?
because they're all about their merit to the extreme, to the point where some of the choices that they endorse are stuff like just like
Useless people got to die. I know.
yeah.
They're like fucking communists, but like actual communists, like not the Not the, yeah, we need to. Well, communists. They are like the Soviet communists. The hard communists.
Thinking
Uh,
about it,
the-
I think I mostly studied in racist schools who barely had blood. Just everywhere. Most of the times.
Dude, grew up in a school in Berlin, and there was racist jokes everywhere. It really became gay around like 2010. Like that, like yeah, you can't do racist shit. Like, bro, in like 2005, the German government funded a film. Like the German government funded a film that basically that oh my god, is that like that movie would get instantly canceled today? Like instantly.
Well,
That movie did.
it was just a different time, you know.
Dude, it was
Back when,
2005. Like, we're not talking about like 1980. We're talking about 2005 and government funded film.
yeah. Well, if anything, the era of technology that we live in has only accelerated things. So stuff that would take a decade, or possibly even a generation, is now taking place in years, months, sometimes.
Like,
Like if, for example, the whole lung AIDS pandemic that we just got through, it took what? Not even a decade, and now we have people calling the shit out. Yeah, I don't even think since the quote unquote outbreak, 10 years have passed, and we've already hit that point where people are like, yeah, it was being
the
manipulated.
outbreak was not even
People are
5 years
lying
ago,
to us.
though, so.
Exactly. That's my point. That's
Dude,
my
people
point.
called it out day one. People
Back-
called it out day one.
But back in fucking different eras, it would take a much longer time for people to eventually come around to the idea.
Dude, back then nobody would have fucking cared. You know what back then would have happened? Back then a third of fucking people would have died of an actual fucking disease that nobody would have batted an eye. Because that's just how fucking shit goes. That like a couple million people die.
Too many enemies, and we're about to be attacked anyway. So
Like when the Spanish flu hit that killed like 10 times as many people. Did people really care? No, they didn't.
Well, I don't think that was necessarily in relation to information. I think that was just a generation of people that were more self-sufficient. Big part of the issue, I think, with that sort of thing is also the coddling that a lot of these educational institutions have been doing.
You know what the problem is? People don't have fucking kids. Back then, people had fucking 6, 8, 10 kids. If fucking 4 of them die, shit happens.
Well, I mean, there is that.
Nowadays, everybody has like fucking tops 2 kids. Or most of people just have 1 kid. Like, if something happened to their precious 1 kid, like, obviously it's the end of the fucking bloodline. That's a fucking issue. The
Well-
fucking generation of princes, because they raised like fucking royalty.
Well,
Like the precious prince because it's a fucking only child.
well, psychologically that may play into it, but I think it's also the way people were raised in the society that they were existing in.
Yeah, but
I
they
mean-
were raised because of that.
I mean, think
were
about it.
raised
Right?
like that because of that.
Nowadays, we have people raised that if they see a knife or a gun, they freak out. There were probably generations of people that, like, if they walked into somebody's house and they were going to the bathroom or something like that, and they saw a gun sitting on top of the toilet, they'd be like, "Oh, that's Bob's gun." Yeah. Hey, Bob, you left your gun on top of the toilet again. Just thought you'd know. Oh, I've been looking for that thing. Nowadays, people fucking freak out and call the cops in different societies. So that's probably part of it too.
Yeah, and why did society develop that way? Because people
Education.
didn't have to. No, because people have too few kids. That's why.
Probably partially plays into it. I also think
That's
it's
the
part
main
of it.
reason.
I also think it's part of the problem is people assuming that the educational system is supposed to raise their kids, and they don't want to raise their kids. Wasn't clicking on you, dumbass.
Dude, back in the day, people worked fucking 60 hours a fucking week, minimum. 60 to 80 hours a week. They didn't have time to raise their kids. The kids raised each other. That's how it used to be.
Well, I don't
And
think
of course, granddad raised the kids.
I don't think it was necessarily like that. But
It was like that.
I do agree. No, I do agree that you're onto something with the comment about the grandparents. It's that phrase. It takes a village to raise raise a kid. That's absolutely true. Part of it's being out on your own. Developing your understanding of the world. Part of it's the people keeping an eye on you. So, all that good stuff. But anyway, my point being that there's probably just a lot of it comes down to just damn coddling. Oh yeah, I'm about to get attacked. Let me just send people out on a fucking mission right as the demons are about to attack. I fucking love this game. That's a great idea. Why don't I do that? Let me just unequip all the weapons and armor from all of my survivors too while I'm at it. Put a big fucking sign on the front of the encampment that says, "Come in and murder us all in our sleep."
You know, in RimWorld, the most effective way to deal with an invading party is running away.
Oh no, it's not giving me the option to run away. It's just telling me to send out a fucking scout party to help some asshole. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry that the only time you decided to call for help was, right when we were about to be busy with something else, bro. But we can't send any help to come get you. If you're still alive after the invasion, and so are we, I might think of sending someone out if they're in any shape to come get you. Otherwise, sounds like a you problem.
Like I was saying, like people get like so coddly with their children because they have too few of them. Scarcity makes expensive. More expensive means more care. That fucking simple.
Hellhounds. Great.
And then comes the destruction of culture by letting in the last fucking African.
No demons.
Not even
werewolves.
Africans, fucking Berbers and Arabs.
Well, I don't think it necessarily comes down to general groups, but I will go back to what I said earlier. The problem is, they're not sending their best.
Dude, you know that I'm a Turk, like, I come from those cultures, and I'm like, those are completely garbage people, that's why I'm not living there anymore. Like, average conversation with the Turk is like, yeah, okay, that people is fucking retarded and deserves to die.
Well, I mean, stereotypes exist for a reason, obviously.
Exactly, like...
Nobody just invents them. Like, hey, let me just make up this completely insane stereotype and have it somehow ring true. That being said,
like, I can't sit on the table with my fucking grandma without, like, fucking getting sick. Like, yeah, she sits on the table, like, dining table, gets some food, shoves food in her face, like some complete animal, then, like, chokes on the food, and while she chokes on the food, she shoves in more food. I'm like, dude, like, what the fuck is that? At least, like, take a breath while fucking eating. Like, a dog has better eating habits than that.
I was gonna say, like, the only thing I can think of that eats like that is fucking dogs, because I've seen that. Everybody who's seen a really dumb dog has seen it do that. Like, just face in the bowl, it's like just keeps eating. It's like, you wouldn't be choking there if you if you weren't like You're fucking eating like someone's gonna come along and steal your food. I like dogs for the most part, but there are some abysmally stupid dogs out there. Stupid breeds, stupid
That's what what fucking happens if you inbreed dogs. Like look at all the fucking pure races of dogs. Like almost all of them are so fucking inbred they can barely breathe, barely eat, barely walk properly, and are fucking dumb as fuck. You know what one of the best fucking dogs that you can get? A fucking halfling between a fucking German Shepherd and a Doberman.
a German man, a German Dober.
Because those two breeds are both on its own like mediocrely fucking inbred. If you mix those two, like all the fucking inbreeding between them nullifies each other out.
Doberg.
Like, call it whatever the fuck you want. Jamama.
Oh, that guy's still alive. Actually, if he'll hold on long enough, I can probably go rescue him. Well, thankfully, we didn't take too much damage in that. Oh,
Like,
darn it.
to be honest, we should fucking not euthanize, fucking sterilize all fucking pit bulls, all fucking what are you calling them? Dachshund, all fucking poodles, all fucking chihuahuas. We should sterilize them,
Dachshunds?
like 2/3 of all of the fucking like
What's wrong?
purebred dog
What's wrong with
races.
Dachshunds? They're badger
Dude.
dogs. I've owned a few. They're decent.
Yeah, and they're so fucking inbred that they can't properly walk. Like, come on.
Well, yeah, they're bred to hunt badgers. They're badger hunting dogs.
What?
They're meant to crawl into tunnels and shit. You didn't know that? That's why they look like that. They're bred to crawl into tunnels and chase badgers and shit.
Maybe they used to be, but in the last like fucking 100 years, they got bred from that to look like a fucking hot dog.
Well, yeah, unfortunately, we don't do a lot of badger hunting these days.
Did even like even even when they were
Germama
used
jokes.
for badger, even
Oh,
when
I
they were
see.
used for fucking badger hunting, they weren't looking like fucking hot dogs. Like look at that thing. That thing like with those legs will never be able to hunt badgers. That thing was just a cripple, like a fucking inbred raised cripple.
Actually, my personal favorite breed of dog is caissons. But they're not very inbred. Yeah, they're the fluffy, they're the medium-sized fluffy gray dogs.
Adults, yeah, obviously they I mean they look a little bit weird, but doesn't look too inbred.
No, they're not. They're not really inbred at all. They tend to be very healthy. I think the only genetic problems they have, as part of their species, is I think they're prone to epilepsy. I know one of the dogs that we owned had it. It was freaky. I think that was the first real experience I had with epilepsy. So seeing this dog just kind of like that was scary. It was weird because sometimes I could talk him out of it. I'd be like, "Hey, look at me. Calm down. You're okay."
A cat hound is just a gray Pomeranian, okay.
No, they're not Pomeranians. They're good dogs.
They're related to
I don't really
Pomeranians.
like Pomeranians. I mean, they're
It's
cute.
almost the exact same thing.
They're cute and all, but they're not. Well, shit. Now where am I gonna go? Where am I to go now that I've gone too far? Soon you are gonna know when the bullet hits the bone. places have what I'm looking for. I need the research books. My research is completely stalled until I can find some. Oh, I think there's one over here. But yeah, they're good dogs. Good with kids. Very even-tempered.
Like all Spitzhunde.
They're good in like populated areas.
Yeah, like all Spitzhunde. It's Spitzhund, and they have the typical Spitzhund behavior. Just like a Pomeranian.
I mean, as far as temperament goes, yeah, Pomeranians are okay. Not
All,
really.
all Spitzhunde are like that. They are rather calm. They're good with kids. They don't make like too much chaos. They're good for like urban areas.
You just remember the crossbreed and Dumber, Bulldog and Shih Tzu bullshit.
The bulldogs like fucking like sterilize them all. Like that dog is so inbreed can barely breathe, which is why they go all the time, non-stop, 24/7.
Oh yeah, they're fucked up genetically. There's a few other breeds that are like really bad. I remember I was watching a video one time on YouTube that was talking about certain dog breeds that are just so overly bred or inbred that like they're literally just, I don't remember what breed it was. There's a breed where their genetics are so bad that what is this?
Axe are also one of those, yeah.
But their genetics are so messed up that literally their skull, when they are developing, develops too small for their brain. That as they grow and their brain grows to what should be the natural size, their head is so small that like literally their brain expands into the skull and fucks them up. Like gives them seizures. They're in constant pain. Like some of those breeds, yeah. Horrible stuff. The pugs that need medicine all the time, yeah.
Well, what I'm talking about, bulldogs and pugs that are just too fucking inbred to like, do anything.
Like I don't think it was specific to this breed, but one of the things that they mentioned was just the prevalence of close inbreeding with the breed, as in a significant amount of the breed was between mother and children. Like full on like Habsburgs are looking at that shit like, damn.
Labradors are usually also fucking inbred as fuck.
Dalmatians are, I think a majority of them are deaf because of the inbreeding. Uh-oh. We've been spotted.
Yeah, Dalmatians are... I don't even know why people buy those. Probably because fucking like one-on-one Dalmatians movies or something. Those dogs are really not good to have. Like they're completely like unsuited for family and anything. Like what else is Dalmatians? Isn't that a hunting dog?
Dalmatians? I think they were hunting dogs, yeah.
Like those dogs you can't have in a household. They are rather aggressive. They are not good to play with. They are like hyperactive. Like you can't have those in a house. Not hyperactive, but like hyper needy. That's more like it.
Well, Well, that didn't go as well as I thought. I'm not gonna waste time going after this guy since there's no way we can get there in time. Yeah, we got killed.
Nah, the thing with German Shepherd, it's like you can get good ones though. Like it's not like some raids like fucking parks where you can't even get good ones anymore. Like with German Shepherds, you can get good ones, but most of them are also like at least moderately inbred, and some are just completely like fucked.
Well, not that I'm a scientist or too versed on this sort of thing, but I think it comes down to the amount and how closely they're being inbred for a lot of these. And again, I personally refer back to that thing I was watching the documentary, where it's like when you're breeding mother and children and father and children, like, come on, you got to expect that that's gonna fuck your breed up.
The problem isn't really the inbreeding. The thing is, like in nature, those kinds of things always inbreed. That's just what happens. The thing is, in nature, if you inbreed, like the things which have like fucking genetic diseases die. Like obviously in nature, that's what happens. If we humans keep them alive, the fucking like fucking inbred fucks that can't like breathe properly, and obviously then it will long term destroy the race.
Well, I mean, in fiction, it's fine. It's if it's like like the coffin of Andy and Lele or whatever, it's fine. It's fiction. If you're going full on Habsburg, then we got a problem. Well, I don't have the problem, so I'm not saying we. Whoever's doing that has the problem. Like, I guess if it gets paid for out of my tax dollars, then it's my problem.
Like the problem with the Habsburgs wasn't that they married their cousins. The problem with the Habsburg was that they married their cousins for fucking 5 centuries. Over and over and over and over again. That was the fucking issue. Like, yeah, how about you not marry your first cousin like every fucking generation or every other generation? That's the same thing like around like Queen Victoria. Like look at her like children. There was literally no royalty left after that anymore, simply because literally all of them were like fucking married to the children of Victoria. That means the only person they could marry were literally their first cousins. All of them were.
Well, we are not strong enough for any of that shit, so we're just going to forget about it. Sorry, buddy, you're fucked. That sounds like a you problem.
How did Frederick the Great came to power? He came to power because 4 of his elder siblings died because they were inbred fucks, because his father married his first cousin.
All to hang on to power. To refer to what Shin was saying about the Wincest thing, I will chime in with, but Google told me that absolute monarchy is great.
As long as the right person is in charge, I know.
The right person. That sounds like goalpost moving to me.
Like all systems that depend on the right person being in charge are stupid fucking systems. Like I said, I prefer election by lottery. Fuck democracy, fuck like birthright bullshit. Just go with randomness.
You could marry your first cousin in Japan. Yeah, but Japan is Japan.
You can marry your first cousin in Germany as well, as far as I'm aware.
You can do a lot worse in certain other parts of the world. But we don't talk about those places.
You mean Saudi Arabia, where you can marry like a fucking 8-year-old girl?
I said nothing of the sort.
Well, you can do that in California as well, and and like 20 other U.S. states. So,
Yeah, but we California is barely even the United States.
dude, you can do it like in half the fucking U.S., like including multiple Republican states.
Which part? The marrying the cousin or the other part?
The being able to like marry children.
Oh, yeah, it's probably carryover from the old days. I don't think any of the marriage stuff is recent legislation.
Dude,
But then
in
again,
Germany, in
then
Germany, marriage age was fucking 14. Age of consent was 14 since like fucking 16th century. Like,
well, I was gonna say, but then again, a lot of these laws specifically relating to that were written from eras when you'd probably be lucky to see 50. 50 was old, ancient.
yeah, but to be fair, Chin, the Japanese royal family lasted for fucking 8,000 years.
And by 14 you were expected to have a damn job. So, you better be thinking about marriage. 'Cause you need to start popping them kids out as what you were saying earlier about, you need to have a million kids because if one of them dies or if you die before you pop
Dude,
any
you had to
kids out,
expect that
there's your
you had
bloodline.
you had to expect that at least half of them fucking died. That's just how it went. Like, like what was child mortality? Like fucking 40%. Like, yeah. And then there's some stupid war or disease and it kills even more. I mean, yeah. Like,
Yeah, I'd say before the World War era, and hell, even during part of the World War era, disease probably contributed more than war did. Although war probably did its fair share. Given,
historically speaking, wars were rather on the low end of reasons for death. If a war happens, a lot of people died, obviously. Like, look at the 30 Years' War. The 30 Years' War massacred Germany. More Germans died in that war than in both world wars. Like, just let that sink in. Like how bad that war was. We talked about the time when Germany had like people that wasn't that much of population. Like after the war was over, the entirety of Germany had less population than what Berlin has now. Like fucking like 70% of Germans died. It's like one of the most deadly conflicts for a region in all of history. The only thing that tops it is, I think, the fucking war of the Triple Alliance against Paraguay. Where like some like ridiculous fanboy of Napoleon like tried to start the most suicidal war ever, when 90% of the population died. Like, yeah, I'm Paraguay. I will conquer Argentina, Uruguay, and Brazil and form like the new Spanish Empire. Or some bullshit like that, completely insane, like completely lunatic.
these traders are just taking the piss. They're showing up
I think
and
it was
I've got
not.
exactly what I need, but I can't afford it.
I think it was 90% of the male population that died in it, like completely insane.
Ah, diseases. In response to when Shin said about why scientists were worried about the lung AIDS pandemic, though, I don't fault people for being a little on the cautious side about a novel disease. Nothing wrong with that. Until you know what it does, it's definitely it's definitely a worry, a concern. that being said, can't even do anything here. Can't find any books. This map is fucked. Where was I? Getting distracted here. See, you complain about me playing games that require my attention, and this is why I can talk when I'm playing something that doesn't require my attention, because as soon as something requires my attention, I forget what I'm doing. I, as the kids say, lock in. Okay, I'm just wasting time here. I'm not even leaving the encampment. No. Where was I? Oh yeah. There's no reason to not be a little worried, a little cautious about new things, especially when it comes to diseases and whatnot. But I think after the initial quote-unquote outbreak, it should have been clear that what was going on did not match up with what we were being told was happening. People were out here pretending like we were in a fucking real-world version of Plague Inc. Meanwhile, I'm pretty damn sure I caught it at one point, and it was probably one of the worst colds of my life, but guess what? That was it. One of the worst colds of my life. I'm still here. There's people out there that were like, but what if, what if old people get it? Well, yeah, what if old people get the common cold? What if people with low immune systems get it? What if people with low immune systems get the common cold? Like, there is nothing special about this thing. Yet we're all acting like it's the return of the fucking bubonic plague, which it is not. Problem is the people in 2 weeks in the hospital. Well, again, I kind of blame a lot of that due to the responses from various government agencies and health agencies. I mean, people die during flu season. People die during, the annual cold season.
I still have the fucking position of being pro-virus. We need some fucking people dying. Especially some old and fucking weak people, and all the fucking pills swallow us. All those people with no immune system because they never touch grass need to die.
Well, I don't necessarily want people to die, but I accept that, I'm sorry, the fact of the matter is, if you've got a compromised system from whatever, you should be taking all of the caution anyway. But everyone was out here acting like people that have compromised immune systems or whatever else weren't already taking those precautions anyway. Like, imagine you have no white blood cells in your body. Like, your body just produces no white blood cells. And you wake up, well, there's other ways, you could have a genetic defect or whatever else, but whatever way you want to have it. And then you just wake up one day and you're like, oh my gosh, the the lung virus is gonna get me. You mean the new one, as opposed to the old one, which will do the same thing, as opposed to the flu, which will do the same thing, as opposed to, I don't know, you cutting yourself on an end of a table and some bacteria getting under your skin and killing you? I mean, it's just a fact of life. That person, I'm sorry for them, and I fully want that person to have access to all the resources that we can send their way to help them live a long and happy life. But at the end of the day, it's you're familiar with the thought experiment, right? The lifeboat Earth. That's what it comes down to. But all I'm hearing from the TV and everything else, you know, is the TV, the politicians, the media figures and everything talking about how if you don't stay home, you healthy person, you're gonna kill grandma. I'm sorry, grandma's 97. She doesn't have much longer to go. And guess what? Her dumb ass knows to stay inside. If she decides to go to the casino in flu season, even assuming this whole novel disease hadn't happened, if she decides to go to the casino in the middle of flu season, catches the flu, and that's it, Grandma? Sorry, Granny. Your ass decided to go out, not me. We all live by the choices we make. People didn't use masks, infected way more. They use. Well, we're veering off into some very dangerous territory because I know YouTube is still very paranoid about, which is why I'm still using the old Creole for the C word. But fact of the matter is, the virus particles and most liquid particles that you would presumably cough onto another person, are smaller than the microscopic holes in the mask between the threads. So masks are a placebo, basically. They may keep the larger particles out, so if someone was trying to hawk a loogie in your face, yeah, that wouldn't get through. Little tiny aerosolized moisture particles, those will get through. I mean, if air couldn't get through, you wouldn't be able to breathe.
Depends on the mask.
Well, yeah, and that is another thing. The ones that are most effective were the N95 masks, I believe, which isn't what the majority of people were using. Majority of people were using just these cheap little fucking cotton jobbies.
Yeah, those weren't allowed in Europe after like 3 months.
Like those were placebos, or people just wrapping handkerchiefs and whatever around their faces. Like the effectiveness on those things was probably darn near pointless.
I mean, it did still get rid of all the fucking spitting that people did.
Well, yeah, it's nice not having people like spitting on you and whatnot, but I don't know. Most people were probably better off just wearing actual face shields. Those are probably more effective than those little cotton or polymer jobbies that people were. And I'm glad that shit's over. You know why? I was tired of seeing like mask litter everywhere.
You know what we need? We need some Black Death fucking level shit on the world. Imagine like all the fucking slums in India dying of that shit. All the fucking like boomer like people and all the fucking fucking Tic Tac swallows dying.
All right. We gotta rein that rhetoric in a little bit. This is my channel. Let's not go full German here.
What is full German on that? Full German would be saying like that should happen only in Israel.
Disavow.
I mean, technically speaking, the special Germans always support
If I was ever
Israel.
monetized, I ain't now.
The special Germans were in favor of creating in Israel.
Well, I don't necessarily disagree on protection, Shin. It is always good to take all precautions, but again, like the way it was gone about was completely ass backwards. Big example being one of the things I personally saw. Now, hopefully this was just dumbass America, and this is not just my own personal experience. This is people talking. You had shit like people that would be wearing a mask. They would go into a restaurant. They would fucking sit down and take the mask off. They were only required to wear it when they walked into the restaurant. And I had seen this personally. And I hear this from everybody else. As if the what, 1.5 foot height difference from you standing and being in a seated position, as if that, what is it? Do the particles of, you know, the lung death plague only go about, what would it be? Neck height would be what, 5 feet? 5 feet 2 inches? I don't know what that is in euro. Like 100.
You know, should I tell you something funny?
Like 100.
Should I tell you something funny? During Christmas dinner with my grandparents in 2020, so the first Corona year, they did it at home. Like, we went to them. In their home, we had to wear masks, and then when it was time for Christmas dinner, we obviously had to put them away. Like dumb fucking boomers.
See, this is the shit that I really fucking hated, and why it was handled so poorly, and why I don't believe that the government's saved us from shit. That had it been the actual plague that they were pretending it was, we'd all be dead. That's a fact. We'd all be dead. Because
only the weaklings would be dead.
No, we'd all be dead. If it was actually, like, if it was only mostly what they pretend it was, yeah, maybe only the weaklings would be dead. People with working and functioning immune systems might get through it, you know, but like, again, the rhetoric we were being fed is that it was literally the return of the Black Plague, and
they never claimed that.
Oh,
Nobody
they never claimed it. But the way media works is they imply.
Government and fucking media.
Nope, they are hand in hand. They are fucking hand in hand. The problem is not me watching CNN, bro. The problem is not me. The problem is the average fucking boomer idiot and the average uninformed moron watching that shit and seeing the talking heads talk about how, like, oh, if you go outside, you better make sure that you go home during curfew hours or whatever else, as if there's a fucking watch on the virus, and the virus checks its watch and it's like 9:58. Hold on, not yet. 9:59. Fucking virus hanging out in there in shadows like the damn boogeyman. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, infect everybody that's still outside. If anything, more places should have gone 24 hours. You know why? Because that would decrease the number of people in an area. But what did we do? we decided no, places don't have to be in 24 hours. Now we're going to limit the amount of hours that places can be active so that more people have to be in a place at the same time. It's all so ass backwards. It honestly, to me, it felt like I was living in fucking World War Z. It still does.
You know what the worst part about it is? It
Everything.
is very likely that because of the fucking lockdown mechanisms, lockdown policies, and all like the fucking economic damage that was done, that more people starve to fucking death than because most in Africa, of course, not in Europe or whatever, but because of all the fucking like economic damage that happened because of them, that more people starved to death than people would have died of Corona itself.
People going to parties.
Just by the fucking economic damage that was done.
You could spot breakouts because of parties and stuff like this. Well, I mean,
Dude,
and
stupid
this
argument.
and this the problem is none of this was enforced equally. Again, speaking from my perspective as an American, during the time of the supposed plague, we had protests over fucking dumb shit, dumb American shit,
BLM protests. We know.
and what is the media and the politicians doing? Oh, those people should be out in the streets. Yeah, those people should be out there in the streets. As if the virus is just going to be like, they're protesting. I'm not going to touch that. They're protested for a good cause. Am I going to go in there and infect a bunch of people that are rightfully protesting police injustice? What am I, a monster? I'm just a virus.
Now, there's also one thing. There was a big scandal in Britain because the fucking government had like the literal government, the high upper government had like a big ass party like against their own fucking policy.
USA is a special case because it sucks. People chose to die in their houses because it's so expensive everything.
Historically speaking, the only way lockdowns work is if it's fucking isolationist lockdown. Like, yeah, like say to every fucking port they don't, no ship is allowed in. Like, or if ships come in, they have to stay 2 weeks in port before they're allowed to go on land. So like all people with fucking disease either die or like cure themselves, and then they're allowed to fucking go in. That's how you fucking handle a fucking quarantine. That's how fucking New Zealand handles. And guess what? How many fucking new cases were in New Zealand? Basically none.
Yeah, no,
Granted, New Zealand is an island with a small population, but which makes it a lot easier.
No, you do bring up a good point there, being that for lockdowns to work, it would have to be done incredibly in a specific way. And that was another thing that I thought during the plague, is I'm like, okay, so if we're locking down, and that is exactly some of the stuff that I was thinking about. I'm like, okay, so people coming into the country should be under quarantine. Doesn't matter who. Don't care where you're coming from. Don't care your reason. You come into the country, you are in an isolation place for at least 2 weeks, depending on, what we find out about this thing. And that's everybody. I don't care what your reason is. You don't come in and then just go about your business. You come in. But again, as Shin pointed out, being America, we're a special case because we've got the southern border. And at the time, we've got all these political types that are just like, we can't shut down the border. We can't do that at all. It's got to be wide open. Anybody, oh yeah. So what if one of those people coming in from down south, what if one of those people happens to have the virus? You're just going to let them come in, go about their business, interact with who knows how many people, who knows where, who cares? Just let them do whatever they're going to do, because we can't deny people their rights. Yes, were I the dictator of the world, or at least of America, That would have definitely been the procedure.
Yeah, we in Germany.
Anybody coming in is in quarantine. Anybody who attempts to evade quarantine,
Shot on sight.
I was gonna say they're gonna be forced into quarantine, but it would eventually have to go that way. Maybe after a few hundred people, they'd stop doing it.
I mean, that's how fucking Germany's, or East Germany to be precise, like enforce its border. Like,
people who have compromised systems and whatnot are restricted to quarters. Healthy people are allowed to come in, assuming, of course, or healthy people are allowed to operate normally, assuming, of course, that those healthy people are obeying proper procedures, sterilization, all that other stuff, yada yada yada. Like, there would have been a whole different way that I'd have gone about it. I wouldn't just be like half measures everywhere. We're gonna disrupt some business, but we're not gonna disrupt all business, because there's some businesses that have lobbyists, so they're allowed to stay open. Some business, you know, that like the sitting at the restaurant thing, like public spaces would be gone. There would be no such thing as public space. There would be just a ton of crazy stuff like that would just make people think that it was the second coming of the fun time Germans. But none of that was done, which is, again, one of the reasons why I'm so convinced that it was all bullshit. It was all just a mad power grab. Although my theory is that the place where it actually originated from, don't know where that is, just hypothetically, if there was a place where it originated from, probably did have some sort of actual, like, biological outbreak or pandemic, and that actually started it because there was an actual panic over something. We'll never find out, not unless there's information out there somewhere. But this is my theory, that we'll never find out for sure, but that something actually did happen, but it was covered for by that, and then the rest of the world just kind of got in on it, probably to maintain trade relations with said origin point. In Minecraft.
fucking retarded troll. Ugh. Waste of time.
Well, that's what I'm talking about, Shin. I'm not saying that necessarily that protocols were wrong. It was just a lot of half measures. And if you're gonna go half measures, then you shouldn't bother at all. That's why, you know, I'm agreeing with Baron that if we really wanted to do it right, like, there'd be a lot of people pissed off because there'd be a lot of shit that went down. It wouldn't be this, like, first it's stopped, then it's slow, then it's like, I don't know what else we're trying to do here. I don't know. Let's just do things. You could sit down at restaurants, you know, without a mask on. You can go to protests, but you can't, like, go to parties. You can do X, but you can't do Y, even though they're functionally the same thing. You can't go to the beach because the fucking virus is just hanging out at the beach. That's what.
Yeah, that's what I said, Shin. That's exactly what I said, Shin. Like, what you do during a global disease wave is you lock the borders and not the nation itself. Like, people always act like, yeah, that's the first great pandemic, yeah, what the fuck are you on about? Humanity has experienced with that kind of shit for 6,000 years. And the only thing that ever worked was closing the borders, closing the port, putting ports on quarantine.
No, I got it. For anybody that's ever played Plague Inc., okay? The only solution...
Shut down the ports and
fucking,
the borders.
What is it?
Greenland.
Zimbabwe? No, it's...
Greenland and Madagascar.
Madagascar. Yes, Madagascar. the meme of the dude sneezing and fucking all the ports and everything shuts down in Madagascar. I thought Iceland did that too.
Greenland, yeah.
Or Greenland, yeah. Sir,
Greenland, Madagascar,
sir,
I'll place that either one survives. Always.
sir, a man sneezed in America. Shut down the ports. All of them.
Madagascar was an awful fucking starter country, but you had to pick it, otherwise Madagascar or Greenland wouldn't get affected.
Yeah, it was a lot harder. I think it was also feasible to choose a nation that was close. But then again, you'd always get fucked over by RNG, which would be like, hey, you're right next to, and you're spreading, and you've spread into the port or the airport, whatever is going into Madagascar, but nobody there's getting sick, or everyone that's there is instantly dying. The only people you are infecting are the people that are dying anyway, and then they shut down, and you're like, well, fuck you too.
Yeah. Another problem with Madagascar, and same with Greenland, is if you will be able to infect one, depending on how close you were, you were not able to infect the other. That was always the issue with Greenland and Madagascar.
I marked you on your channel how I imagine all of them. Let me see. What did you send? Yeah, that scene from The Professional. Everyone!
Now going back to border control, like yeah, walls don't work. Like, yeah, Germany proved that walls fucking worked. Like, they might not be popular, but they 100% can work if you do it fucking right. Yeah, but the Berlin Wall was much fucking shorter. Based on population, the Berlin Wall was longer. The Berlin Wall and the Iron Curtain were longer than the fucking Mexican-American border wall would be.
Yeah, well, they work as long as they're enforced, as long as there aren't people undermining them.
Like, yeah, how did East Germany secure its border?
I mean, imagine if the Soviets maintained the wall and all that the way that frickin' America maintains their walls. They'd be opening holes in the wall. They'd have political groups that were constantly like reducing the number of guards. They'd be removing the mines and the barbed wire because they're inhumane. It would be illegal to shoot people escaping. It'd be, all of this stuff. And then they'd have the gall to say, see, walls don't work.
Yeah. It's the same with, like, yeah, we destroy capitalism by, like, creating massive bureaucracy and, like fixing prices. Capitalism doesn't work here, proven. Yeah, we ban everything, fucking with zoning bullshit. Yeah, capitalism doesn't work here, see the housing market. Yeah, you created a problem, not capitalism.
Before leaving the topics, ironic the relationship in The Professional, huh? I don't know what you're talking about, Shin. I actually don't think I've seen The Professional. I only know it because it's Gary Oldman screaming, everyone!
Yeah. But the Iron Curtain 100%
Natalie
proof.
Portman, the one shooting the gun through the door or whatever.
The Iron Curtain 100% proved, like, you can definitely close the border.
Oh, you can, yeah. Agreed, 100%. It's just...
Like... And if the wall are two walls with a minefield and like computer controlled guns in between, like.
Yeah, actually, amusingly enough, I actually did watch a. I think it was about a month back. I watched a documentary on the wall. What it actually was. That was actually pretty impressive. What they did just to keep people from escaping the East Germany. Like
people, you need to like keep in mind, like in a couple of years before the wall was built, were only like 4 years of the 5 years were it only that East Germany existed. like a quarter of the population left to the west. Like, that's how bad it was. Like, nobody wanted to live in that fucking shithole.
Yeah.
Almost a quarter of the population left. So they were like, yeah, okay, let's just build a wall, make a prison of this entire fucking nation. And with the fucking Iron Curtain, basically of the entire fucking East Bloc.
Yeah,
Or
the
whatever.
fact that it was not actually one wall, it was two walls.
Yeah.
So calling it the wall is kind of a
I mean,
bit of a
the Iron
misnomer.
Curtain, it actually was just one wall. The Iron Curtain wasn't technically a wall. Only the Berlin Wall was a wall.
And then that space between the first wall and second wall was mines and barbed
No, that
wire.
was something else. The
A lot of
Berlin Wall,
dead man
walls.
areas.
Yeah, the Deathman Strip. No Man's Land.
Yeah, you're out there, you're getting seen, and you're getting shot.
Dude, you rarely ever got shot by the guards. The most deaths were either by the minefield, if you got that far, or by the fucking automated, like, movement sensors. Movement sensors that made auto guns.
It's actually pretty impressive what they did just to keep people in.
Like I said, like, losing a quarter of your population in, like, 5 years, and after that they kept that nation up for another 35 years, like, they needed to keep them somewhere in. And, like, being like, yeah, this is, like, a 99.999% chance of, like, certain death going through that. Makes it very easy for people to decide, like, yeah, I better stay here.
There's only
Stay here,
only one thing that communists are good at, and that's at getting communists killed. Either directly or indirectly.
The communists in East Germany actually live pretty decent lives. The thing is, what many people don't know about East Germany was one of the biggest involver of the slave trade after World War II. The main income of East Germany actually was, like, enslaving its own people and selling them to the West. Like, imprisoned political dissidents and, like, sold them to the West. Obviously, in the West, they were like, yeah, we buy useful people and put them to work. Give them jobs we need to fill in. But effectively speaking, that's human trafficking under international law.
Well, to be honest, sir, human trafficking never left us. Why today there are countries in the world that are still providing human labor at zero cost to the end person producing the labor.
Yeah. But it's usually not the nation that does it, like groups in the nation that do it. In that case, it was already like the communist government selling people.
Well,
which is quite
to be
interesting.
fair, commies aren't people anyway, so there is that.
I mean, the people they sold usually weren't commies. So. Also, the fact how many fucking that East Germany had the most dense fucking spy network of all time.
I'm against slavery. Do you have a smartphone? Yeah, why? Never mind. No, my favorite is are people that buy fashionable stuff that has inspiring messages on it. Like, just imagine like a T-shirt that says something like "end child slavery" or "end child exploitation" or "end slavery" or something like that. Where does that clothing come from? I'll tell you this: it ain't being made in America. Oh yes, they're very well paid. They're very well compensated. They've got great healthcare plans. They've got they've got special like things installed on their plants so that, you know, if they want to, you know, enjoy some skydiving, they can do it safely.
You can say many things about China, but China is not a nation of like child labor. Having political opponents and minorities enslaved is one thing, but they don't go that far as child labor. That's something like for like Vietnam or North Korea or something.
I'm
And
sorry,
Africa, of
they've
course.
never done that. That doesn't exist. There's no exploiting minorities. I reject your slander wholesale, sir.
Yeah,
There are no
minus
there are no
minus
camp
1 million social credits. I know.
there are no camps with people in them, especially not in China, sir. I fucking swear to God, Baron, if this stream gets fucking flagged, I'm coming after you. I'm doing my best here to tastefully ride the line, and you're just like, we need another Black Plague. Not my fault, maybe. Well, you're not helping. You're keeping it riled up too. Well, to be fair, I am too, but we're just having a conversation is all. We're not prescribing anything, nor are we endorsing any political positions, extreme or otherwise. This is all just for entertainment. That's how we do that, right? Just disclaimer fixes everything. Sheep needs bricks. I thought I was crafting bricks. Oh, I guess I wasn't. I thought I had bricks crafting. Eh, bricks. Disclaimer, she said she was 18. Oh, that was a funny joke. I was joking with mutuals on Twitter yesterday, or X, I guess you call it now. And he was making a joke about like people that were 25 dating each other and somebody freaking out about it. And I replied with, I was like, she was 16 almost a decade ago, you sick fuck. You know, it's sad the world we live in that's a joke, but it's only mostly a joke. My favorite Reddit babble that I've ever heard is child coded, which is just Reddit speak for them being able to say that a grown-ass woman has some sort of superficial trait that they can basically get away with saying a grown-ass woman is a little girl without like literally having to stoop to being stupid enough to saying that it is a literal girl. Like Gura speech. Well, no. The thing that irked me was when I saw it used to refer to I think where I remember first seeing it was someone was talking about some sort of voluptuous character, like 2B or something. Just a character that in no way would you think either that the character looks like an actual child or behaves like a child. And like and occult research speeding. We'll do that. But yeah, so the character that in no way resembles either through petiteness or their approximate age, or a character that behaves in a childlike manner, but they're like accusing this fucking grown-ass woman of being child-coded. And I'm like, what the fuck does it even mean anymore? Well, what it means is people need to get the fuck offline and get lives. And stop attention farming, but like that's ever gonna happen. Yeah, I don't put it on a political group because multiple groups do this. I blame it on normies. Normies are on any side of the political spectrum. It's like a word will come out and the word will have a meaning, but then people will be like, how can I completely misuse this word in the worst possible way? What was it? There was, someone brought this up in a conversation a while back. They were asking why... Oh, I think it was Crash Out, actually. They were asking about Crash Out. They were like, you know, Crash Out actually means something and yada yada. So like, why is Crash Out being used for everything? And I was actually tempted to like script an actual video explaining this idea. But it really just it's really simple. You just have to understand how normies work. Normies are out there trying to fit in, trying to be the coolest person in the room, trying to get attention, trying to appear to be better than they actually are. So on and so forth. And so they're always going to latch on to new and popular things. Not that they're ever going to bother to research, which is the problem we're having with a lot of the people post-pandemic who got into anime and manga. They don't know anything about the actual like tropes and the actual like genres. They don't know, you know, and same thing with VTubers. Like people got into those, normies got into those, and then we started to hear like people talk about like, oh my god, all these gross people that, you know, like these characters that are very petite, cute little girls. I bet they're all like on an FBI watch list or something. Blah, 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 blah. The so-called tourists, right? And to go back to what the point I was making before I derail myself too much. That's the normie. They find things that are new, that are popular, they infect them, they derail them, they destroy them, and they move on to the next thing. They're like fucking locusts, and they really don't give a shit about what they destroy. So, you know, this term crash out, it's already crashing out. It's gonna be, I give it another month or so before crash out is now the language of grannies and grandpas. I was watching my boomer TV show on CNN, and it told me, they had it on the headline, I was laughing about it, they said, Trump is crashing out. You hear that, son? I said, TV told me President Trump is crashing. Oh, not my president. I didn't vote for him. They said, hey, look, I recorded it on my phone. Let me figure out how to get this up on my intelligent phone with the new AI. Hey AI, bring up the funny crash out CNN Trump video. That's what it's gonna be. And then a new term will pop up, and that one will be ruined, and then that one will be ruined. We're entering a realm that's too native for me to understand. In the end of time, civilizations. SquidCoyote has developed a special interest in the night moon. Fascination has always appeared, and now it's different. I can't sleep anymore. Clown will eat me. He walks around under the night sky, looking up at the moon, its perfect roundness, a subtle glow of off-white light. There's like a big floating white booba. Or maybe a big singular butt cheek? I don't know. Your mileage may vary. Spur is an uncontrollable urge. She doesn't know where it came from, why or how, but it's there. The urge to howl. And the SquidCoyote howls at the moon, and what may have started as a ridiculous imitation of a wolf cub soon grows into a full-fledged, blood-chilling howl. The howl echoes in the distance, bouncing off abandoned buildings and ruined hideouts. Eventually snaps out of it, but too late. The howl has attracted some unwanted attention. Why do I have to be the one to get infected with werewolfism? This is discrimination, I tells you. Discrimination. Ow! Hey, baby, you want some ow? I think Baron passed out. Quick, put his hand in warm water. But yeah, normies ruin everything. But yeah, it wouldn't even be the first time I've seen that happen. It's fucking approved. Let's go. Werewolves. Oh no, what's Callie doing here? Callie, no. No, Dad, no. Sorry, Dad, you started it. You deserve that ass whooping. Well, Guess we're gonna have to research cure. Or we call in more wolves. I know I was joking earlier about streaming for 5 hours, but good lord, I can't believe it's already been 4 hours. Then again, we have been kind of yapping for a while.
It's 8 AM here now.
I am
Yeah.
the bone
That one of your
my
longest
yap.
streams about the shit game is really weird.
What's that?
That one of your longest streams ever is about this bullshit game.
One of my dumbest?
Longest streams is about this game.
Oh. Oh yeah, it's kind of a chill game. Pretty fun. Sorry, I got lost in it as well. That's surprising though, I don't remember. I don't remember a long stream about this game, but it makes sense. It is kind of a game when you get into the groove of it. It is pretty fun. Alright, what are you over there making? Oh, he's making bricks. What did I need bricks for again?
Make walls, perhaps proper walls, paper walls.
Paper walls. Actually, the walls in this game are pretty darn good.
Yeah, get what you get them if you make a wall out of bricks instead of wood.
No, in this game you make walls of oil barrels, oil drums.
Okay.
And they can only not can they not walk through them, but they can't shoot over them either.
I mean, yeah. I mean, if it's an oil drummer, that makes sense.
I don't know, considering some of the enemies can fly, you'd think they'd be able to fly over them, but nope, they can't even do that. I don't really...
You know, I once made the fucking, I once modified the fucking old oil drum into I don't know what to call it, the furnace? That's called the furnace. It worked
forge?
so well that the furnace, that the fucking oil drum started to melt at one point. I don't know what materials the fucking oil drum is from, but I guess it's some type of steel. So it has like a melting point of like, what, 2000 degrees Celsius?
Yeah,
So it must have been a pretty fucking good furnace if I got it that fucking hot.
Yeah, it should be some sort of steel, I would think.
Yeah. So the furnace I built out of a fucking steel drum, so that the fucking steel drum melts, means that the furnace I like improvisedly built with that reached fucking 2000 fucking degrees Celsius.
Crazy. That's an incredibly hot drum. What were you doing, and what were you using for fuel?
Wood.
Just wood. You got that thing.
Mostly wood.
You got that thing mostly wood. You were using mostly wood, and managed to get it hot enough that you melted steel.
Yeah.
It was either not steel, might have been aluminum or something. I don't know.
Nah, it was definitely an iron-based metal. It's probably steel.
Probably
It's about the airflow. Don't forget, if you get enough airflow, wood can burn really fucking hot.
True.
Like, that's why I say I modified the steel drum into a furnace.
Yeah, whatever the hell you were doing to it, you got it way too darn hot. I really don't need anything from these guys, so I'm just gonna let them go. I wonder how to set up the face tracking for, since you mentioned ECOA earlier. I could make an RTX Squid model, and then and then I could make my debut as I don't know what the hell would that be. It wouldn't be a VTuber.
Do you know what the stack effect is?
Wouldn't necessarily be a flesh tuber.
Do
What?
you know what the stack effect is?
The stack effect?
The stack effect.
Is it a type of fire building?
It has something to do with fireballing, yeah.
Because I know of a few ways to build fires that use stacks, but I don't know specifically about something called the stack effect.
The stack or chimney effect, also the chimney effect, is about airflow. And like I modified the barrel in a way that would logically determine like to maximize airflow.
Oh,
So
so kind of like with a rocket stove where you have the two openings, one to feed the fuel and one to allow the heat to dissipate, but because of the way it's set up, it's constantly filtering air through while you can freely feed in fuel, something like that, right?
Basically, I made it this way. I made like obviously fire. If shit gets hot, it goes up. The heat goes up. So and the heat that goes up it creates a drag. So I created a system that uses the drag of the upgoing hot air, pull in cold air from below. Cold fresh air from below. And that was mostly a part of the oil drum. Like the oil drum was mostly like responsible for the fucking air drag.
Yeah, I got confused
Like
for
I
a
said,
sec. I got confused for a second there because you were asking about the stack effect, but I thought it might have been interference, and you were asking for like since I had just mentioned that Inzoi or whatever it's called game. What
the fake effect or what?
I don't know. In my head, because it sounded like there was interference. It sounded like you said what the stats or requirements or something or stats require or something. It's like, I don't know. That's why I got confused for a second there.
I don't know if your PC can run it. I don't know if your PC can run Chino either.
I don't know. Mine's pretty decent. Probably not at max settings. It's pretty decent though.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
You
only
should definitely
like
try playing a game of Tino. Tino is great.
it's not even 2 years old.
I want you to see play fucking the Nixon presidency, the Nixon Kennedy presidency. President Kennedy is my president. that's the cursed ticket, right?
Kennedy.
the Nixon Kennedy presidency. Yeah. One of the presidents that can come after him is fucking Robert Kennedy, who can also get shot. Nah, you can. In the US, you can do some pretty fucked up shit. Like, yeah, you can be Nixon, pass the Civil Rights Act as Nixon, and then you can go like full on like William Wallace. You can get William Wallace in charge, and I'll be like, yeah, let's napalm the civil rights movement. Napalming the civil rights movement is a guaranteed impeachment. You can't do anything about it, even if you completely stack the Supreme Court. That's a guaranteed impeachment.
Well, you got to remember, there's two parts to impeachment in the United States. You've got to be impeached first, then you have to be removed from office.
Both will happen. Like, there's nothing saving you if you fucking napalming school kids. Like, because they protest, like, fucking racial, because they protest segregation.
That's why the current crazy era of politics we live in is so funny to me, because you get people screaming about stuff like Trump was impeached, and I'm like, yeah, so was Bill Clinton. Nothing happened to either of them. Like, impeachment's only part of the process, you dumbasses.
Was Bill Clinton impeached?
Yeah, he was impeached for the perjury stuff.
I think
Again,
he left office. Didn't he leave office?
no, he was impeached, but he wasn't removed from office.
Yeah, no, I know that Nixon resigned before getting impeached.
Oh, Nixon just straight up resigned. No, Bill Clinton.
Yeah.
Bill Clinton
Nixon
was impeached.
Clinton was impeached. Okay.
Yeah, he was impeached for the perjury stuff. But again, nothing fucking happened. The thing in America, it's a 2/3 majority. The Senate.
Yeah, I know.
Has
That's
to vote
how it
to
works
remove you.
everywhere. That's how it works everywhere. Like the German president, how does he get removed from office? 2/3 majority in both houses, I think, he as well. Nobody cares about the German president, to be fair. People mostly care about the chancellor. The chancellor can technically just be fired by the president, technically speaking. It's usually done by the parliament, the chancellor. But like I said, the president, I think 2/3 majority in both houses. But nobody ever cares about what the fucking president does, because the president barely does anything anywhere ever, so...
We need water, you fucking idiot. What are you doing? We survived all these attacks, and now we're gonna die because fucking idiots don't want to get water. Shin, eat. Yes, go eat. Hopefully you stop dying. How much water do these assholes drink? What the fuck? This shit right here? Why, we can't have nice things. Oh, now we have to kill a werewolf. Of course we do. I'm curious now. I got that question in my head now. I wonder what the stats for that game Shut up. I fucking hate autoplay. $40. Good lord. Early access? $40 for a fucking early access game?
You're talking about Insoy?
Yeah. $40
40.
early access game. Are you fucking kidding me?
It's 40 in Europe, or in Germany at least.
It shouldn't be 40 anywhere for a fucking early access game.
I've seen more for early access games.
And it's
Way more.
bullshit too. That don't make it
I
right.
I paid $80. I paid $80
That's not
for
gonna work as an
ACD2.
excuse either.
Like $40 is like for a big game is an okay price. Like even if it's early access,
Inzoy.
it's better. They could also just say $40 pre-order. Here you at least can see what the game actually is, and in case just like fucking refund.
Yeah, the only versions available now are $4. Shut the fuck up! Fucking hate autoplay. You know what I hate more than autoplay? When they changed fucking YouTube to the point where you have to, if you pause a video, it won't continue to buffer. That's bullshit. I guess the reason he hit pause is because he didn't want to keep loading the damn video. Oh, thank you, YouTube. Thank you for being so concerned about my bandwidth in the era where even the cheapest providers are offering unlimited bandwidth or really high levels of bandwidth. But thanks for thinking of us all, YouTube. Fuck you. Anyway, back to what I was trying to do here is see what the supposed stats are. Where does it say? Oh, there it is. Minimum system requirements: 64-bit processors, Windows 10, 11. Intel i5 10400, 12 gigs of RAM. Holy shit. These are like bare bones. Of course, you're probably running it in like 640 by 480 at like 15 frames per second. Intel i7 12700K, 16 gigs of RAM. That's not that bad, but I mean, fuck that $39 bullshit. Ah ha ha, yes. What are you laughing at? It's not funny. And why the hell are we out of water? Screws, get us some damn water. When you pause the YouTube, stops buffering was the ultimate bullshit update we ever had. Careful the ads showing up when you pause the video. Wait, ads will show up when the videos are paused now? That is some serious horse shit. Well, that's bad. How far back is this? This fucking water thing is stupid. Alright, we don't need that much bread. You're wasting all our damn water. There. It's nice having a lot of food. We don't need that much bread. How would one use a shield and a quarterstaff at the same time? Sounds a little impractical. Apparently you can do it in this game.
I mean, that's not really a problem. Like, a quarterstaff can't weigh that much more than a longsword. And the longsword is also one-hander.
Aren't quarterstaffs mostly two-handed weapons, though?
I mean, usually they are used that way because it makes more sense, because you can't really stab somebody with the quarterstaff.
Yeah, I was gonna say, wouldn't it make more sense if you were gonna go the one-handed quarterstaff route to just put a blade on an end and make it a spear?
I mean, you could just sharpen it up, yeah, but yeah.
I mean, make a really ghetto spear? I guess you could do that.
If you put a blade on it, it's not a spear, by the way, then it's a halberd.
Okay, fine, Mr. Literal. Seriously, man, fuck that shit. I thought that game sounded cool. But $40 for early access? That is one of the things that I also hated about supposed early access games, is when they just use it as fucking pre-order, but they call it early access. I've seen too much of that shit happen, and then the studio never actually does anything. Like, they just charge you for a full price game, and then they're like, released a year later, here's the 1.0 update. Like, shit. Fucking Crab Champions is still, I think, charging the same price. And they've had a ton of updates for free. And it's not a $40 game. I mean, I think if you're gonna go to about the $40 range, like, at least just have the guts to release it and say that it's in beta, not early access. Say it's an early work, here's a roadmap of all the support we're gonna give to the game. I should have known. I should have known, though. It was a game getting a lot of attention, especially from streamers and VTubers and the like. Shit's probably as astroturfed as an American football field. Paid endorsements. Nah, to be fair, there were probably a lot of people having fun with the face animations and whatnot, but nah, that price tag. Yeah. We have now unlocked the ultimate power, the smuggest sheep. I was at least going to mess around with the, because I remember the early thing on Steam. They had the character modeler. And apparently, they removed that too. So,
Okay.
yeah, that studio has burned any goodwill that I might have had towards it. I mean, what is it gonna hurt to leave the little face modeler? Just leave that up as a fucking demo. Like, maybe it's just me, and maybe I don't have one of these fancy business degrees to where a person is gonna say, "Oh my gosh, we gotta listen to this guy." But hear me out. I'm just thinking, right? I'm just thinking. You leave the face modeler toy out, tool, not toy, tool. You leave that out. People model characters, and then they're like, "Oh, maybe I want to play the game." Now here's what you do. The next step is a little taste, a little taste. You give them a little taste of the game. Just a little bit. Yeah. $5, you get like a basic demo of the game. You know, you get your little apartment, single apartment. Your character can't go out in the city, own cars.
You don't do EAs.
Don't get
$40 for the whole fucking game is a fair deal. Don't do EA and
early
like games.
access. If it's $40, it's full access. It's a full game.
$40 for the full game, even if it's early access, is a fair deal.
No.
Don't cry about it. Like the game, it's open. It says early access, but it's pretty functional so far.
Heard that before. Sounds like.
Now the game is like I'm not like fanboying.
Sounds like
I'm not
Bethesda
fanboying.
talk
The
to
game
me.
is functional. I'm not fanboying here. The game is fully functional. It's just like it lacks a little bit of content. Like people often throw in alphas and like say early access, and the game is completely broken. Nothing works. This game completely works. It just says early access, so like don't expect too much. They could say, yeah, full release, but hey, give us another year to add more content. Like we plan to do shit. That's all they say.
Cruz has the werewolfism now. No wonder Steam added new limitations to those early access bullshit games because it became norm to abuse this low. Yeah, no, a lot of early access shit was very guilty of that. They charge.
Yeah, I know.
They basically use it as full. They use it as pre-orders, and then they would just never update anything. Honestly, I think they need more restrictions on it. There should be something like, if your game has been in early access and it's been more than 6 months since your last update, then your people that paid for it are eligible for refunds regardless of how much they've played it.
Valve is working on that, by the way.
What's that?
Valve is already working on something like that.
Good, I hope so. I think they will find a solution to it too.
I mean, you can say whatever you want about Valve, but at least for the most part, they do very pro-consumer choices. And I mean, that's why Steam has almost 100% fucking market share. Like, what's the market share of Steam? Like fucking 95%.
Yeah.
And the other 5% are like exclusive games.
Yeah,
and
no,
a little bit of GOG. And a little bit of GOG.
Yeah. GOG is trying. And to be fair, they are a pretty decent service. You know, Steam's just got way too much of a head start.
GOG is almost as old as Steam. The thing is, GOG always had a different focus. GOG always focused on old games, and usually GOG did a very good job on its old games. Like back in the day, like playing Gothic, you could completely forget the fucking Steam versions. The Steam version only got fixed in 2020. Before that, you can completely throw away the fucking Steam copy. Because have fun like literal like installing like 40 different fucking patches to make the game playable. I mean, you retard took like fucking 20 minutes to fucking fix the Steam version, like just the enable Steam patch, like fucking bozo, like a 20-second task. It took you 20 minutes.
I don't know what you're talking about. No such thing ever happened. Lies and
Yeah,
slander.
it's not like
I
we have
will
that on
not
stream.
stand for this slander.
It's not like we have that on fucking stream. In the fucking stream.
10 years in early access. Now, here is one thing that I will go back on, though. As far as that goes, if the game is continuing to get regular content updates, I'm okay with that. Example, 7 Days to Die has been in like literally in development for 10 years, I think. But they've continued to provide regular updates. Graphical enhancements, gameplay changes, new content, new outfits, weapons. It all comes down to support. But yeah, as we were talking about, there's like too many games early on that were just abusing the early access system as just glorified.
Cash out and then throw the project away. We all know that. Yandere Death. Yandere Simulator.
Oh, Yandere Simulator?
I mean, at least that game gets updates. But
Hell,
that death is definitely toxic.
Like,
If it wouldn't be for that death being a fucking bozo, that game would have been finished 5 years ago.
yeah, that dude. That dude should never be a project manager of any kind. He's no good at it. Too much ego, too little
Way too much
talent
ego.
for what he thinks he's able to do. I mean, so basically, right, I always try and look at things through my own personal perspective as a means to reflect on like how my attitude is. But you know, from what I've seen of the drama and all that stuff, like, and the way this guy behaved, like, he thought he had skills he didn't fucking possess. Now, So, for example, in my perspective, I'm a quick learner. I can actually learn things pretty well by self-teaching. Most of the stuff I know how to do in Blender, I've learned from tutorials and fucking around with it. This goes for like Photoshop and different other stuff that I've screwed around with. Those me-side edits I was doing a while back, same thing. Just looking into how to do it, figuring out how to do it, and then executing. Like, that's an ability I possess. But even I wouldn't be so arrogant to think I can do everything myself. And this guy...
I mean, that guy knows he can't do everything himself, but the thing, like, every time, like, somebody else does something, like, he is a complete bitch about it. That's the issue.
Yeah, that too.
I mean, at least in Yandere Simulator, the fucking 80s mode, or 90s mode, whatever it's called, I think it's 80s mode, that one works completely. That's finished. And to be honest, fuck like playing in the modern era, like the 80s. Anime in the 80s works way better. Yandere, being a Yandere in the 80s works way better. Like let's be realistic, if like in 2020, like some Yandere simulator bullshit was going on, everybody would just have their cameras out, like, in some way.
Misa did what Yandere Simulator tried to do. No, not necessarily. But I
Not
do,
really.
I do get,
quite different stories.
I do get where you're coming from on that, Shin. Miside definitely gave the crazy Yandere experience. A Yandere simulator, from everything I saw of it, was meant to be more like a cross between like Metal Gear and a Yandere main character. So imagine Metal Gear fucking Solid Snake was a Yandere. Otacon, I need to kill this bitch. She's trying to steal Meryl from me. You've got to help me.
You can actually play that game through without a
Goddamn.
single kill. You can actually beat that game without a single kill.
Oh, I know that. You just gotta humiliate and bribe and...
Now you can actually befriend the
Store
girl and convince her to, like, yeah, you're my friend, I like that good boy, can you not do that? And she's like, yeah. Because you helped me with XYZ.
Where's the fun in that?
It's just a nice thing that's possible to play that game like it's an absolute, like, good girl. But hey, you're going full Yandere and murdering everybody, incinerating all 10 girls. It's fun as well.
Still, I only know a little bit about coding, but the stuff I've seen about that man's coding, oh, that shit gives me
It's absolute
nightmares.
trash. I know enough about it. I looked at the code and it's absolute trash. Like, I've seen fucking Paradox write better code than like fucking 2008. And Paradox is not known for good code writing.
Yeah, for a while back I was fucking around in Unity just to see how difficult or how easy it is to program stuff in it. Actually, at one point I'd programmed a fucking a Pong-ish type game, but somehow I managed to get everything reversed due to the way I'd set the code up, so that the ball was just kind of stuck in a box, and I could bounce the box around the ball by just moving the ball.
Yeah.
It wasn't controlling anything else. It just had a bunch of...
I've wrote a couple games. I've wrote Pong. The issue with my Pong was I couldn't get like the ball, like the reflectiveness properly, so I just made it like bounce in a random direction. I wrote a Tron, but if you hit all buttons at the same time, the car would just stop, or the bike would just stop in the Tron game. Like, if you just pressed all at once, it would just start to stop, going any direction. Yeah, so you could totally cheat in that game. I wrote what is it called? I forgot the name now.
Yeah, the crazy thing that I saw though when I was watching somebody like go through the code was how much he had stuff being like called up constantly. Because that was one of the first things I saw from the tutorials that I was reading and the videos I was watching, is they're like, So you want this called when this happens. So, when the ball hits the paddle, you want a routine there for that. And obviously, it's been a while since I've fucked around in programming and no expert here and all that stuff. But generally you want stuff like that. When something happens, when an event happens, you want the program to recognize it and have responses, or to be doing checks to say, okay, is your character still in stage 1? Is your character, on the second floor? Is your character near the NPC? And then this dude had like constant checks on everything all the time.
Yeah.
Imagine that, writing a Pong game where like every frame it was checking if the ball had impacted the paddle.
I mean,
as an example, I don't know, maybe that is something you'd want to do, but something crazy like, I don't know, is there a coin being inserted into fucking something that
to be honest, I think
something that you'd
I
only
don't
need a
know
call
much
for
about
once?
that guy, but I think that guy is like some sort of electrician or like some sort of like technical programmer, because that's how you do depth graphs.
It could be.
Yeah, because that's the way how you program depth graphs. Not obviously not video games for obvious fucking reasons, but like I'm like technical. I'm about to like finish my electrical engineer shit.
Yeah.
Like that's how you write depth graph for SPS programming. SPS you call it. What do you call it in English? I always forget. PLC you call it in English. Yeah. Like PLC or depth graphs. Like the issue with with PLC what PLCs is, they work with the very limited like amount of sensors. Like if you have like fucking 15 sensors, you always can like non-stop check all those fucking 15 sensors. Like obviously. That's not in the case of a video game. In video game you have like all the fucking object. And like checking every single object in relation to any other object is just way too much fucking work. You know what I mean?
Love. No, I don't want to read the article first. I'm shit posting here.
Another issue with DevGraph is, in DevGraph you only like analyze changes. Like yeah, a fucking sensor can only measure if is there something or is there not something, or temperature. Yeah, there's temperature 30 degrees, and it only changes. It gives the input if the temperature fucking changes, depending on how precise the sensor is, obviously, and only needs to calculate shit if there's a change.
Right.
If there's no change, no calculation. In a fucking video game, anything has a change, so anything changes, everything has to recalculate it every single fucking frame. In reality, there are no frames. In a DevGram, there's no fucking frames.
Yeah.
It just checks every time there's a fucking change.
Yeah. So basically, overall, the problem being that his background definitely does not lend itself to what he was attempting to do, which goes back to another problem, the ego, which is what we were talking about earlier. Like, it should have been easily apparent very quickly that things were going wrong.
Like that's why the things I programmed, I did help on modding and shit. When I worked on modding and shit, what did I do? For example, in the Victoria games, I made the shit for calculation of the price of goods in variable markets and the calculation for migration of pods. For that, because I'm also like a technician, programming shit like that makes sense. But in a 3D game, like object interactions, so writing like that, like you said earlier, that's just fucking stupid.
Yeah, I don't even. I mean, I know about the other stuff that people complain about, but it's just honestly for me, the core of it being the programming being that bad. That's the part that always gives me a chuckle. Of course, I never gave the guy money, so like I'm not one of these spurned lovers that's pissed off that they gave the guy money and he spent a million years not delivering a product.
I mean, he always delivered shit, but it's first of all slowly. Second of all, like he was always toxic about that shit. Like, and then there were like people that were generally like helping, and he was toxic to them. That was the biggest part. Like yeah, you have those like community projects. People work on it. Like,
all right, thanks for tuning in, Shin. It's been a fun 4 hours, 5 hours now. I guess we really did hit that 5-hour mark. Thanks for tuning in and shit posting with us.
Yeah. Right. And then like that guy being toxic about people wanting to help. Especially like people that are like known to be like good at this kind of shit.
Yeah, which goes back to the ego thing.
Yeah, obviously.
I mean, there's a time to want to do it all yourself, but not when you're being expected to deliver a product. That is not when you want to be learning to fly, which is why, you know, I do all of my learning on my own free time. Like if I was getting paid, if someone was giving me money and said, "Hey, Squid, you know, I have an idea for this, for, you know, an image. I want it 3D modeled, and here's the requirements and whatever else. Can you get that done? I'll give you $50 for it," or something like that. I'd honestly just say, "Can I do this? I don't know. What is it you want? Oh, I want you to rig a character." Well, I don't really have too much familiarity rigging, so, I mean, if you can't find somebody else to do the rigging for you, then I'm gonna have to figure out how to do it. I'll do the best I can, but here's the timeline because I'm gonna have to figure out how to do it. If that's not gonna work for them, it's not gonna work for me. If they say, you know, I need it 2 weeks from now because I'm releasing a product, so I just need a model rigged. I need it done now. I'd be like, well, I'd have to learn, so I can't do it for you. Sorry. I wouldn't get an attitude about it. Like, oh yeah, I'll take the job. Hey, you know, I fucking gave you a preview of the rigging. It's going good so far. I've got like an arm rigged. One arm. Fuck you. All these demands on me. Well, they're giving me money. They have rights to be demanding I get shit done.
Hello?
Yeah, I'm here. Was Discord freaking out or something?
No, I think I accidentally hit the mute button.
Oh. You muted me. Rude, sir. Strange. Shin said he was leaving, but the viewers hasn't gone down. I think he's just lurking. He's watching.
Oh, the British Supreme Court has just ruled yesterday that women aren't men.
Yesterday? I thought that was like last week.
Or was it 2 days ago? It was just a couple days ago.
Honestly, I don't have a problem with being polite with people, but there's a limit to a lot of the stuff we do.
It has nothing to do with politeness. Like
for me, it has. Yeah, for me, it has to do with autism. because I'm autistic about certain types of things. Like when people misuse words. I know I do it occasionally, but one of the things that still pisses me off to this day is the fact that people used and abused the word ironic to the point where they had to change it in the dictionary because of morons misusing it. Normies! Fucking normies! Whee! Well, congrats, Baron. This is going to be another one of my longer streams. And it's this game again. And you helped make it happen. So you can't blame me for playing weird games. I wonder, if I get attacked by werewolves, will I be able to collect werewolf blood from them? Or do I have to go out on the map? I haven't played this game in like 2 or 3 years or something like that. I think it was like just under, between a year or two ago. Oh, now the viewer count went up. Shin came back, he can't sleep. He's scared of the clowns. I'm thinking of that scene from The Simpsons where young Bart is in the bed that Homer made for him with the fucking scary clown, and it starts talking to him. He can't sleep, clown will eat me. Can't sleep, clown will eat me. It's coming. Good lord, after 5 hours of like conversation and shitposting, it feels incredibly quiet even though this is the norm around here. No, I will not. You cannot make me. Okay, now activate it. It's so quiet here.
Well, what am I supposed to say?
I don't know. Were you supposed to say anything?
No, that's what I just said.
Should we talk about the weather? Should we
Like I
talk
said, I've got
about the
pretty different quotes,
government?
yeah.
I don't remember that song. I just remember those lines. I don't even remember the artist. Here they come! Try this. You're not allowed to just keep chasing people. It's not how that works. $40 game. Early access. Oh, man. So much drama in the feed. On Easter weekend. Nope. Apparently I have to go attack a specific map. Oh, that should be easy. Probably save. I haven't saved in a while. So apparently, in order to have sheep, all you need is some wheat, bricks, boards. Just throw it into a pile, and then sheep appear.
Interesting.
Yeah, you don't need to
I
get the
should-
sheep from anywhere. You just build the thing, and the sheep appear inside the
Yeah,
pen.
see, sheep farm. I mean, it's better than other games where you have to search forever to get some sheep. Or RimWorld, where like for some reason, like everywhere there are like a bunch of muffins for some reason.
Muffins? Like,
Muffins,
oh,
like a mix of it's like a woolly buffalo,
okay.
like with like bluish white fur, like it's like a like, they had to nerf fucking buffaloes multiple times because their buffaloes were so good animals. Like they give a lot of wool, they help you carry shit around, they eat grass so it's easy to fucking feed them, and like they are like super resilient against most temperatures.
I saw someone playing RimWorld. One of the streamers I follow, she was playing RimWorld. It was RimWorld. It's kind of like a 2D above view.
Oh, let's talk about RimWorld.
Am I thinking of the right game, or am I
Yeah,
thinking
yeah,
of the wrong
yeah, yeah. There's only one RimWorld,
Okay.
and that game can be totally fucked up.
Yes, you told me about the slavery and everything else fucked up you can do in it. Nice hat,
Like,
Adam.
especially,
Now let's get the hell out of
especially-
here.
especially with the gazillion mods that game has, you can do some really fucked up shit.
The mods?
Yeah,
Oh,
but even
But
the
is-
base game, you can.
I was gonna
you can
say,
do
is
some
the
really
base
fucked up shit.
game worth playing? Or are we talking like Bethesda stuff here, where
Nah,
you need to
the
install
base game is really
10,000
the,
mods?
the base game is really good, but like the game is rather easily moddable, so people made a lot of mods for that game, a lot of them. But now the base game is really well. Like the biggest complaint I have about that game is that game was never on sale. Like the game was never on sale, and I can look at the store price right now. Here in Germany, the price is 32 euros for the base game plus the DLCs the game has. Like, you don't need all DLCs, but I would recommend Ideology and Biotech at least. So we're talking about like an initial investment of like $60 for that alone. And like I said, the game never goes on sale. Well, like I said, you can do really fucked up shit even in base game, and the game is hyper moddable. Like I would recommend at least some base mods, like the great like RimWorld expanded mods, like to have them installed, like that just like extend like base game features, be a little bit more flexible and shit. But like, yeah. A game where you like have a civilization, can completely customize your own religion / ideology, what people believe in, have to deal with all kinds of fucking bullshit threats that are around. You can micro a lot around, but you don't have to micro. You can't play this game just like the game you're playing right now, with just having to assign tasks. And many tasks you can automate, you don't even have to do them manually. I don't even have to manually assign them.
Let's see. What else do I need?
One question, don't you have to go to bed or something?
Oh, it's like midnight.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Oh, yeah, right, it's Easter, so yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's a weekend. holiday even.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's Easter, so we can stay away for a long time.
Ah, it's my Aunt Carol's birthday.
That sounds a lot like a meme or a joke.
But no, that's a reminder on my calendar. I have a calendar that reminds me of birthdays.
Yeah, but like,
So that I never
I know.
forget. Although I think she's dead. Shit.
My great grandfather also just died.
I'm getting
last
so
week.
old I can't even remember who's alive and who's dead anymore. Oh god, send help.
Like I said, my great grandfather also just died a couple days ago. 10 days or something like that. But hey, that old fart was what, 104 years old? No, yeah, almost 104 years old.
Dang, he lived a nice long life.
Let's put it this way: he was longer in pension than he was in work.
You get
I
along?
did, and he had a,
You get along with him?
Yet he was longer on pension than he was in work.
No, did you get along with him?
I mean, to be honest, he was. I was not really close with him. I barely met him. Didn't know him too well.
No.
He was mostly
Kind of a
nice
relation,
guy.
but you know, not someone you knew close personally.
Yeah, he was a little bit stiff though.
A lot of the older generation were 100 years ago. That put him what at? Fucking-
1921.
Yeah. So he grew up.
Like,
So he was a young boy when World War II broke out. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, that era.
Nah,
They tend to be.
nah, he's stiff in a different way. He's like he's weird. Like, let's put it this way. He's like some like OCD stiffness. Yes.
Oh, kind of got a little bit of autism. Liked everything
Something like that.
specific ways.
It's a very specific way. He's it's weird. Like, yeah.
Got to make sure not to put the spoons in the wrong drawer.
Yeah, and
That sort of stiff.
yeah, and if it's Christmas, everybody has to sing Christmas songs.
I see. Okay. I see now. I get you.
Like, guy's an atheist, by the way, but like,
Well, I mean, hey, there's nothing wrong with observing the traditions and niceties.
they were like, yeah, it's Christmas. Everybody has to sing Christmas songs. Like, it's some complete OCD shit. Like when I was a little boy, it was like nice, but like everybody, like I already recognize, like everybody was already annoyed. Like, yeah, I was like starting to get like around 10. I was like, yeah, okay, like I'm not a kid anymore. Like everybody else was already pissed.
To be honest,
Like,
though,
you
I can kind of respect that sort of adherence to traditional type of stuff like that, because even regardless of, you know, the root of the activity itself or what your belief is, you know, there's never a bad time to get around and hang out with people and, you know, have that closeness,
Yeah.
especially with family. So, you know, I could see the stiffness being somewhat of a burden, but you know, I
Yeah.
can't really fault it too badly.
He was expecting a Christmas or
That is funny
a
though.
Christmas card or call on Christmas from everybody, or they get stuck for a year, but or at least a couple months till Easter. Until Easter, like he was expecting a call or card on Christmas, Easter, and his birthday. Otherwise, he gets shunned for a couple months for him, which didn't mean much anyway, because like he even made paperwork. He made paperwork on who gave him a call, who brought him cards, and every.
Dang.
like I said, like some OCD kind of shit was going on.
Putting people on lists.
Yeah,
Oh,
on
no.
who called him or gave
Oh,
him made him a card for Easter, his birthday.
Oh, no card.
Christmas
No
and shit.
card, huh? Okay, I got your ass. You're going in the book. You're
Yeah,
going.
you
you're
go,
going.
you left my list. You go on the blacklist.
You're going on the list. Let me let's get right there. That's your name. That's you.
Like I said, some weird OCD. He was a nice guy, but like I said, some OCD kind of shit was
Just
going on.
very, very particular
Yeah.
or peculiar, depending
Yeah.
on how you look at it.
Was a nice little guy, was he?
Well, we all have our quirks, I suppose.
Well, hey,
Long as he wasn't like a, as long as he wasn't like a real asshole about it, like violent or anything.
no, he was a really nice guy, rather kind.
Just a little on the obsessive side.
Uh, like, but hey, bro, you lived through the Great Depression in fucking Germany, in Weimar, fucking Germany, through the Great Depression as a child. Then he fought in fucking World War II. Then he fucking deserted during World War II. He made my grandfather while he was the deserter. He got caught by the fucking German, like, authorities.
Dang, that's crazy.
And they were like, yeah, technically broke the filters draft. Also, we need everybody, and he's like a useful person, so get back to the fucking front line.
Ah, good old
Like
crazy
that, where
war
my
hijinks.
grandfather is born April 1940, March 1945. Like, not many people are born 1945 in fucking March. Like, if you know a bit about history, 1945 was not a good time to be fucking anywhere in Germany, especially not in March. I mean, March, April, yeah, that time was not good time to be in Germany. Especially not fucking Berlin.
I wonder why.
Yeah. In fact, it was such a bad time that the leader of Germany shot his own ass. Well, his head, to be precise. When was it? I think 28. It was late April, early May when he did that.
Wait, why are you doing research? Oh, right, that's right. I got my best
Funny
buddy
story.
doing... Huh?
Funny story. The Wehrmacht had to make him special shoes because they couldn't get shoes in his size.
Big feet, small
Because
feet, or oddly shaped feet?
too small. Yeah.
Ah, small feet?
Yeah.
Like, how small are we talking? I'm assuming adult sizes, so what is the smallest?
Well, let's put this way. Nowadays, it could consider as big child size. Like,
Damn.
bro's also very short. Like, bro's is a small dude.
Bro had that thing happen with like what happens with females when they hit their growth spurt, but you know the chest doesn't get the message. They end up flat their entire life. But his feet didn't get the message.
Like I said, the entire dude is small. Like, I probably like outgrew him like by age 10, 12. Like, I'm a big dude. Okay, let's not forget that, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Like what am I at 6'2", 6'3"? Like, I'm a big dude. Like, But still, like by age 10, 12, that's
Enjoy your increased risk of heart disease.
an increased risk of heart disease. I can't get heart disease if I'm fucking dead of liver cirrhosis by age 45.
Oh, that too. That'll work.
Now, my family history shows we can live being everything. Drink like a mule and smoke fucking 46 a fucking day, and we still become like fucking 100 fucking 5 years old. Like, and he's not the first guy. His mother lived. His mother lived till fucking 2004.
That's cool.
Like,
I think
my great grandmother, I knew her. Like, I was a. Like,
I'm actually pretty lucky. Most of my family tends to be fairly long-lived, assuming they don't do something to get themselves killed. I don't think my family has the robustness that yours does. And again, there are a few outliers that have abused themselves and still managed to survive with their livers. Well, I don't want to see what their livers look like on the final autopsy, but they at least managed to live to their 60s and 50s and 60s.
nah. To be fair, in that generation, being an alcoholic was probably advantageous. With all the fucking like toxic paint, alcohol binds that and like flushes that shit out of your system.
Oh, yeah, true that.
Like, that's one of the biggest advantages of being fucking alcoholic. Alcohol neutralizes most fucking poisons. But obviously, like, fucking destroys your kidney and liver.
Well, I mean, on the upside, doesn't your liver, well, provided you haven't really fucked it over, regenerate to a degree?
Yeah, but only a limited amount of time, like...
Yeah, so as long as you aren't, you know, going to the point of liver failure. But then again, that's the less.
Liver failure is rather rare. It's usually liver cirrhosis that happens.
Nice hoodie step. Let's run.
And by the way, that's what liver cirrhosis is. Liver cirrhosis means your liver can't regenerate anymore. That's exactly what liver cirrhosis is. Like, and then the doctor tells you, yeah, no more alcohol. Like, don't eat trash, no more alcohol, it can't regenerate that shit anymore. No, it's usually the kidneys that make problems, like if in the short run at least.
Ah, yes, the kidneys.
Well, hey, we have two kidneys for a reason. It's also food habits that are the problem, like, now with all the fucking sugar and food, that also goes on kidney, while fatty food goes on the liver.
Alright, Sep, what are you good at? Okay. Now we're getting somewhere.
What time was it? 9 a.m. 9:20 a.m.
It's been 15 minutes since the last time you asked, and I said it was midnight 15 minutes ago.
Yeah. And I still think I should go to bed. So.
You've been here for 5.5 hours. I wouldn't blame you.
Now I need to stay up at least a little while longer.
Oh man, that's funny.
You know, in this time I could have already beaten Prey or Gothic.
Oh, probably. It surprised me.
I think my fastest run on Prey was 4 hours long now.
Well, I
The
don't.
Gothic probably not. I'm good in Gothic, but I need some. I'm not a fast player, like not a particularly fast player. But I could have gone like at least done with the entire first chapter. Maybe probably the second one as well. And the later chapters are not particularly long. Except on Grand Collectathon. That is bullshit. Whoever designed that quest deserves to be shot. To be fair, they only made that quest because release date and shit.
Well, that's no good.
Hmm?
Oh, I found a jar of jelly that I'd left by my computer desk, and apparently I'd forgotten to screw the cap on properly. And well, there's something gray sticking out of it, and that ain't jelly. That's why I said that ain't good.
Hmm.
Well, that's going right in the
Well, but-
trash.
Yeah.
Or
That
should
was
I
usually
eat it?
one
I
of the
mean,
last-
free protein, right?
But seriously, one of the last quests in Gothic 1 is really fucking awful. It's a quest about creating like a weapon. Not really a weapon, it's more of a totem.
A weapon to surpass even Metal Gear.
You can use it as a weapon, but not a good weapon, it's a totem. I think it's called Ulumulu, which is like a totem, which diplomats have. Which orc diplomats have.
Let's see, we got the stove, harness, sawmill, workbench. Check. Got all this stuff.
So you need to craft an item, and to craft it you need like a long list of items, and you have to like collect all those fucking items.
Sounds like a pain in the ass.
It is. Like 100% is. Like I said, one of the last main quest missions, the main quest mission, is getting this long fucking list of items.
So if it's so annoying, why do you keep wanting me to play the game?
It's just this one quest, and to be honest, you can just cheat. Like I ignore it. Didn't cheat
I
for
think
that.
you just want me to suffer.
It's just that one quest that's completely bullshit.
Not even denying the allegation. I see. I understand now.
Like I said, I wouldn't have to like complain if you would have cheated for that. To be honest, because Gothic is so hard, I wouldn't have even complained if you give yourself XP or learning points. I'm really dead.
I never cheat. Well, I mean, okay. Once I've completed a game, I'll cheat. I usually just like to give myself like all weapons from the start and start killing people.
Yeah, New Game Plus.
Or give
Prey has a really good New Game Plus.
Or give yourself like the last weapon of the game and just go around destroying everybody.
The Prey New Game Plus, if you have it, gives you all your skills, or all the skills you had in the game, and all your research you had in the game. So going in a new game with like all your skills is pretty fucking epic in that game. Like, yeah, having a game, having like pretty good skills going in a new game, having all skills from the very beginning.
Need 2 shields, 2 sets of armor. Okay, now Shin is doing research. And Snake is crafting. But I think
Did you name a
Shin
character Shin?
Yeah, you didn't see it? You didn't
No.
you didn't see when Shin popped in like he was asking why he was in the game?
No, I
The
didn't.
second
I was distracted.
second character on the stream is his character model. It's from a screen cap I took when he was wearing a bunny suit.
Okay.
Oh man. So the bunny suit thing. As you're unfamiliar with Shin, let me tell you about one of the funniest moments from Shin history that I was proud to be there for, if not be a part of. He was trying to roll for a character, and and I suggested he put on a bunny suit. I think this is a while back. I think I might have been the one who suggested it. But I was like, put on the bunny suit, and the character will come home. It'll be a good luck ritual. And so he hacks together this bunny suit, like that he downloads offline. It's just a straight up picture, and he puts it on his character. And then he rolls with the character, and he gets the character like that roll. Let's see if I can find it. Actually, I'll link it in the I'll link it in the Squid cord.
Yeah, I watched a little bit of Shin's bullshittery, but not much.
I know he made a short. Maybe I'll just do a search for shorts. Stop that. Let's see, short. Maybe it's under videos? You might have had it under videos. Alright. One should be pretty easy to find because it's short. And he's gonna be wearing the bunny suit. There it is. Ah, this. Okay, I'm just gonna post it into the main channel. There you go. Enjoy. Yeah, he was going after the character and was like asking for. I think this was the second time he put on the bunny suit. I think the first time was a different character.
What?
Oh, the video I linked. I think he's used the bunny suit ritual twice and it's worked twice. I think he tried it 3 times, but I think the 3rd time failed. I don't know if he's tried it again since then. The funny thing is that character that he's rolling for in the video that I linked in the general chat is she's a sadistic character. So the fact that he had to dress in a bunny girl suit is totally in line with the type of character that she is. Man got what he was after, though. Yeah, Shin's a pretty cool dude. But as far as his content goes, I mean, you've already said you don't have any interest in FGO, gotcha, VTubers, etc. So I don't think his content will suit your particular niche.
Yeah, I watched a little bit of this. That's not something I would watch, yeah.
His streams are pretty chill, but I mean, if the
I'd watch
content
one.
isn't there's no point in forcing yourself because you're just gonna hate it. Why do
Yeah,
something
I
you don't
watched
like?
it. It was like meh, nothing for me. I watched one.
I'm telling on you. I'm telling him you said that.
I mean, he saw me in there, so.
I need to make beds or infirmaries. Where the hell is all my wood going? Watching you guys. Actually, that's not to say always though. Occasionally he plays random games. Not as much though. I think it's because a lot of times he'll be having computer problems. I think, but he did play Me Side, and I'm trying to remember what else he's played and finished. What is it? Elden Ring, I think? Or was it one of the Dark Souls games? So it's not necessarily all just weeb content. But whereas I tend to focus more on general random and often retro video games, his content tends to be the majority of, you know, the weeb, FGO, gotcha stuff. I happen to be a man of culture who can enjoy both regular games and the weeb stuff. I just saw something come across my feed on X. Apparently there's a story called Lock On or something like that, and it's about a young girl who falls in love with a police officer guy, and she's focused on him, and then she joins the police force. She's like, become my wife like you said. If that is also penned by a woman, I will not be surprised. Baron is dead. Cue the dancing crabs. You fall asleep, you're getting the full ASMR experience. The cursed ASMR experience. $10 hours, SquidCoyote, cursed ASMR. Nightmare ASMR. OST, Judgement Apocalypse Simulation. Assistance needed, huh? A little bit harder, not impossible. Is everybody armed though? And armored? That's alright, Snick. Make that armor. And you know what I'm gonna do after you go to bed? After you go to bed, I'm gonna close this stream. And I'm gonna open another stream. And I'm gonna stream for another 5 hours. And there's nothing anyone can do to stop me. It's gonna be 5 hours of 5 hours of All right, we'll put a pin in that, but I'll find something really, really dumb to stream for 5 hours. So we got plenty of clay, plenty of stone, plenty of wood. We need wool, though. All right, let's go rescue this asshole. What did you say?
What?
Oh, no, I think it picked up what I said. It sounded like you said something, but if you didn't, and you were just coughing, that's probably just me getting picked up by your speakers or whatever.
I just coughed.
Oh, I don't know then. Sounded like you said something. Like it wasn't a cough, it was like an actual word of some kind. Unless you got ghosts in your house. Alright. Let's get this asshole saved. Holy crap. We're at the 6-hour mark.
Yeah.
I didn't even realize I was going that long. Good lord.
I think I go soon.
Well, I was actually about to say I think I'm probably gonna wrap it up just because, like, I was starting to get stiff in my back, my hips, my feet are starting to get like uncomfortable. I can't really find a comfortable place for them. Yeah, and my butt is saying you've been here too long.
Almost done now. Is this your longest stream? I would say so, right?
No, I've gone longer. Technically, I think there's one stream, but it's like a sleeping stream. And I think that one's privated.
I don't think I would count that.
Yeah, I think the actual stream itself was like 2 hours, and then I fell asleep, and and it kept running for 10 hours. All right. Well, I think I'm just gonna get Agnes set up, and then wrap it up, then go stretch and
You know what?
get
I
the
say
blood
good night
flowing
now.
back into my legs.
Good night.
Yeah, all right. Well, that was fun. Have a good night. Well, alrighty then. All of you people out there viewing the live or viewing the VOD later. We are at the 5-hour, 59-minute mark, so we're gonna go for one more minute just to make it a nice even 6 hours. Then I'll call it a night. I hope you've enjoyed the banter between me, Shin, and Baron for fucking almost 4 hours. Yeah, and if you enjoyed, definitely do all that fun algorithm stuff. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe. If you feel like throwing a couple bucks my way, I got a couple of donation pages up there in the description. And if you can't, find your way into the SquidCoyote, and we'd be happy to see you there. Otherwise, yeah, been a fun 6 hours, so see y'all out there and take her easy. Whatever you do.